Hello all. Once again I request all the guests, please assemble in the hall. Our chief guest, Director General of GSI, is about to reach the venue. बोल दिया वो नहीं है ये स्टॉप कर
What is the sound that so deeply penetrates my body? Never heard anything like it before. What is the sound that so deeply penetrates my body? Never heard anything like it before.
Good morning, everyone. Our chief guest, respected Director General of GSI, Achit Saha, sir, arrived. Please welcome to the workshop, sir. Yeah. We'll be starting our program. Please, who are outside the hall, I request all assemble in the hall. We request the technical team kindly ensure that the audio and visual in virtual mode are properly connected. Today we will delve into the outcomes of our work and explore the areas of interest emerging from these surveys. This workshop is a unique opportunity to discuss innovative methodologies key findings and their implication for the future exploration over the surveyed area. Prior to the commencement of the program, we would like to make a few announcements. Those who are yet to register their participation may kindly proceed to the registration desk arranged outside the meeting hall. Those who are attending the workshop in virtual mode may kindly check your connectivity, visual and audio connection, so that you can be benefited without any interruption. To facilitate seamless knowledge transfer, we request our guests to kindly put their phones on silent mode, and those who are attending virtually, kindly keep yourself in mute during the presentation. Today's event is structured into 3 segments. We'll start with inaugural program, continuation with the technical presentation, and then further continuation with the discussion in technical session 2. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good morning, one and all. Our chief guest, the Director General, Geological Survey of India, Sri Asit Saha sir, has arrived, and he is among us. So we are going to start our workshop. On behalf of RSS Bengaluru, I, Ashish Kumar Bage, Senior Geophysicist, Geological Survey of India, Remote Sensing and Aerial Survey Bengaluru.
And I, Dr. Anasuya Das, Senior Geophysicist, warmly welcome you, all the state government DGMs, PSUs, and stakeholders present here, and also who have attended it virtually. On behalf of Remote Sensing and Aerial Survey, Geological Survey of India, Bengaluru, for today's workshop on multi-sensor aerogeophysical, magnetic gradiometry, and spectrometric survey over obvious geological potential areas of Block 6. Under the National Airborne Geophysical Mapping Program, the program has been organized by the Consortium of Project Implementation Agency, MS Sanders Geophysics Limited, Canada, and MS Pan India Consultation Limited, Gurgaon.
This workshop serves as an excellent platform. Our scientists, stakeholders, and policymakers to engage in discussions on the practical applications of the data generated by the NAGMP project conducted by the Geological Survey of India Department under the Ministry of Mines. Today's session will provide us valuable insights across various technical domains.
Proceeding ahead, we would like to invite all our dignitaries on the dais. We request all our volunteers to accompany the dignitaries on the dais. We request our Honorable Chief Guest, the Director General, Geological Survey of India, Sri Asit Saha sir, to kindly join us on the dais. Sir has already joined. Please welcome our Chief Guest with a huge round of applause. Please. Already our guests have been joined. Now, in the dais, we have our Deputy Director General and HOD, Remote Sensing and Aerial Survey, Bengaluru, Sri Devkumar Bhattacharya sir. We have Deputy Director General, Geophysics, Remote Sensing and Aerial Survey, Sri C.S. Burma sir. Please, I request everyone to kindly welcome our dignitaries with a huge round of applause. Now we have Dr. Martin Bates, Chief Geophysicist, Sanders Geophysics Limited. Our next dignitary, Sri Naresh Agarwal, General Manager, Pan India Consultation Limited. Now we have all our dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all our dignitaries with a huge round of applause. Please. Now we would like to felicitate our dignitaries. So, with the slogan, Go Green and Save Green, we like to request esteemed dignitaries, I like to request Dr. Nisha Rani ma'am, Director Geology, RSS Bangalore, to please welcome our chief guest, Sri Asit Saha sir, Director General GSI, with a plant sapling. Ma'am, please do the honor. Okay, यहाँ पे बुला देंगे. I request Dr. Martin Bates, Chief Geophysicist SGL, to felicitate our DGGSI Sri Asit Saha sir with a shawl. I request Naresh Agarwal sir to felicitate our DDG and HOD RSS, Sri Dev Kumar Bhattacharya sir and Sri CS Burma sir, Director Geophysics, to felicitate with a shawl. Now I request Srimati Nagadivya Geophysicist RSS Bangalore to please welcome Dev Kumar Bhattacharya sir with a plant sapling. I request Sri Naresh Agarwal sir, General Manager, to felicitate our Sri CS Burma, Director Geophysics, RSS Bangalore, as a token of love with a shawl. I request Miss Monica, Assistant Geophysicist RSS, to welcome Sri CS Burma sir with a plant sapling. We request Sri H. Rajaram sir, Director Geophysicist. We request H. Rajaram sir, Director Geophysics, to felicitate Dr. Martin Bates, Chief Geophysicist SGL Limited, with a shawl. We request Ramesh M. to kindly welcome Dr. Martin Bates with a plant sapling. Please sir, do the honor. Now I would love to request Ramesh K. sir, the in charge of project OGP Block 6, to felicitate Sri Naresh Agarwal, General Manager, Pan India Limited, with a shawl. We request you, Sapna Madam, Assistant RSS Bangalore, to please welcome Naresh Agarwal, General Manager, the representative from Pan India Consultation Private Limited, Gurgaon. Once again, a hearty welcome to all our dignitaries on the dais, senior officials, the retired officers who have joined, and all the officers present here on this workshop with a huge round of applause. We are delighted to have this significant event, sir.
We have gathered here for the outcomes and findings of the multi-sensor aerogeophysical magnetic gradiometry and spectrometric surveys over the OGP areas of Block 6 that covers the parts of Telangana, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh. No event can be success without taking the blessings of the Almighty. To symbolize the same, we have traditional lamp lighting ceremony. We request all our dignitaries on the dais to please come forward and do the honor. All the volunteers, please take them in. I request all the guests, please kindly uprise for the honor in respective places.
We request all our guests kindly uprise for the honor in their respective places. It gives us immense pleasure to have with us Sri C.S. Verma Sir, Deputy Director General Geophysics, RSS Bangalore. We would like to give a brief introduction on his areas of expertise. Sir has joined Geological Survey of India in 1992. Over the years, he has contributed to several important geophysical projects in mineral projects, earthquake studies, NGPM projects, and boron logging. During his stay at DGCO New Delhi, he worked as a head of office and nodal officer for the upper cell. From 2016 to 2022, he was deputed to the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment as a director. He has also worked in National SC Commission and dealt with all India atrocities and service matters. Later on, he has also worked as Chief Executive Officer and Head of the Department in Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Before joining as DDG in RSS, he has also worked in GSI Central Region Nagpur as Director in Charge for a year. He is leading the Geophysics department in RSS. He is leading the Geophysics division in RSS Bengaluru since June 2024. With that, we invite Sir to please come forward and for the welcome address to our distinguished audience. Sir, please.
Good morning all. I am C.S. Verma, Deputy Director General Geophysics from Remote Sensing and Aerial Surveys. It's my honor to welcome our all the guests present over here and on the virtually. First of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, the Director General Geological Survey of India, who is present on the dais with us today. Despite his busy schedule, he accepted our invitation and he is here with us to grace this occasion. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. I would also like to welcome our Deputy Director General and HOD, RASAS, who is instrumental and executing this program for aerogeophysical surveys activities of RSAS. I would also extend a warm welcome to Mr. Naresh Agarwal, General Manager, Pan India Consultant Private Limited, consortium partner of Ms. Sanders Geophysics Limited, Canada, who is with us on the dais. I would also like to welcome a grand welcome to our Sir Dr. Martin Bates, who is from the PIA Sanders Geophysicist, Sanders Geophysics Limited, Canada, who is having the vast domain expertise in the field of the airborne geophysics, and he will be presenting the results of the Block 6 shortly in the workshop. A warm welcome to our dignitaries from the Ministry of Mines, Director Tech, Deputy Secretary and HOD NMET and other officials of the NMET who are attending workshop virtually. I would also extend my greetings to all the officials of the Geological Survey of India who are participating with us physically and virtually in this workshop. A warm welcome to our Deputy Director General, Geophysics, Dr. B. K. Nandi Sahab, and NMH 1B, and our other Deputy Director General of State Unit, Karnataka and Goa, Sri Vijay Kumar Sahab, who is present with us in the workshop. I would also welcome Deputy Director General, TCC Committee, along with the other members of the TCC Committee who are joining us virtually, along with the other member of the TCC Committee. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to our most respected retired Geological Survey of India officials and domain experts who are physically present here and others who are joining us virtually across the country. Furthermore, I would like to welcome the team of the project implementing agency, Messrs. Sanders Geophysics Limited, Canada, and Pan India Consultant Private Limited, who have organized this workshop. I would also like to welcome Dr. Stephen Rafford from TSQC team of the Messrs. IDPX Heliborne Survey, who is with us in this workshop. I also extend a warm welcome to the officials of the state DGMs of Government of Andhra Pradesh, Government of Telangana, Government of Maharashtra, Government of Chhattisgarh, and Government of Karnataka, who are with us physically, and some of them are attending virtually. A warm welcome also to the officials of the organizations. There are so many organizations from AMD, CGWB, NIRM, KSMCL, KIOCL, Survey of India, DGH, Institute of Remote Sensing, Kurukshetra University, Oil India Limited, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, NGRI, NMDC, SCL, Geological Society of India, MECL, and others who are joining physically and virtually. Finally, I extend my gratitude to all the officials of the geophysics and geology streams and all the members of the organizing committee from RSS who are present here, and they have worked hard to make this workshop possible. Now, I would like to brief about the National Aerogeophysical Mapping Program project, which is a flagship program of the Ministry of Mines, Government of India, and it was launched in 2017, and this project is funded by the NMET. The objective of this project is to generate seamless baseline high-resolution magnetic and radiometric data of the entire country to enhance the mineral exploration activities and identification of the potential mineral zones. This NAGMP project covers an area of around 11.8 lakh square kilometer, which is divided into 21 NAGMP blocks. So far, we have completed 6 blocks, and this block is the 7th block, which will be completed very soon in the month of December 24. This block is covering parts of the state of Telangana, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, and Andhra Pradesh. Survey of this block is carried out by the PIA, Messrs. Sanders Geophysics Limited, Canada, and its consortium partner, Pan India Private Limited. The area covered of this block is about 76,899 square kilometer and 2.82 lakh line kilometers. Before concluding, I would like to request to all domain experts and stakeholders and all other organizations to share their valuable insights and feedback to enhance the quality of the report of the Block 6. Once again, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our Chief Guest, Director General Geological Survey of India, all dignitaries, stakeholders, esteemed guests, and colleagues. Thank you so much for your kind presence and participation in this grand workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for welcoming our guest with your warm words. Now, we are honored to have amongst us Sri Dev Kumar Bhattacharya, sir, DDG and HOD RSS Bengaluru, for today's workshop. Before inviting him to address our guests, I would like to share some words about him. Sir has begun his career with Geological Survey of India in 1993, where he has been involved in numerous projects throughout his tenure. He is an IT expert who played an instrumental role in the setting up of OCBI's portal of GSI. In 2021, he positioned as Deputy Director General and Head of the Department, RSS Bengaluru. Under his stewardship, 6 OGP block of NAGMP project were successfully completed and 2 blocks are currently in progress. Furthermore, the heliborne survey is initiated under his direction in the current flying season. In addition to his administrative responsibilities, Sir has published many research papers, both in the national and international levels. His research covers up a range of topics, including economic geology, specifically in epithermal gold mineralization, mineral exploration, environmental sciences, focused on arsenic pollution, hydrothermal alteration, soil geochemistry, emphasized on spatial analysis using GIS. Sir, it's our honor to call you to kindly address the gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you, Ashish, and very warm morning, good morning to everybody. Our chief guest, Director General Sri Asit Saha sir, our CS Verma sir, our DDG Geophysics, Martin Bates, who is the hero of today's workshop, and of course Agarwal sir from Pan India, who is the actual host and organizing, and we're very thankful to you. And who are all the dignitaries who are and technical experts sitting in this audience and who has joined over VC. So first of all, I want to congratulate the team who are behind this activity of NAGMP for Block 6. Standard Geophysics, they are technologists, scientists, crew, everybody who has contributed in data acquisition and then data processing. Pan India, who is there as a partner and who are actually helping this project to progress and finish. And also our GSI team, led by Ramesh, K. Ramesh, and all the officers associated with this. This particular block, as you know, that each and every block, there are 21 blocks in phase 1 and 2 of NAGMP, and we are gradually completing one by one. And at this point of time, all these 24 blocks, the agency who will be actually doing the survey is finalized, and the work of some of the new blocks will start very soon. And 2-3 blocks are about to, the flying will start after the post-monsoon break. So this block, as you are aware, who are actually initiated with Indian geology, this block is a very significant, it has a very significantly positioned. It has one craton in the north, another craton in the south, and in between there is a basin, Gondwana basin, Pranita, Godavari. It's a rift system. And there are many interesting, facts or whatever history that is hidden within this block, beneath this block. I'm sure Martin, during his presentation, will highlight some of the large-scale structures, which are crustal scale structures, and he will give us certain leads for which new research can happen about the tectonic setup of this particular area. Regarding potential, mineral potential, as you are aware that we are actually doing this NAGMP, one of the major reasons for this is to find new areas in concealed areas, new deposits, new mineral systems. And this block is again, unlike some other blocks, is relatively less explored. As you are aware, in the northern part, the Basta Craton, which is somehow, there are certain difficulties in doing the field work, groundwork there, and for many years, actually, it is very difficult for the GSI officers to go and work there. The situation is improving now. We are expecting a lot of leads there. There are possibility of diamond fields and all there. Similarly, in the southern part of the Dharwar Craton, which is covering the states of AP, Telangana, actually it is a vast tract of peninsular gneiss. We call it PGC, Peninsular Gneissic Complex. And sometimes during our old thought process, we always thought that it's a bit of monotonous kind of a area where we are not supposed to search very intensively about certain minerals. And this changed, this theory or this thought process has changed once the thrust on critical minerals and all these things are there. All of you are aware that every country is actually trying to have a very good, energy transition and net zero, etc. So it's very important for every country to actually look for this type of metals, energy metals, technology metals. And in recent times, I will just mention here, I think all of you are aware that state unit Karnataka, Goa, they are now finding a lot of alkaline bodies with RE and all these things in this peninsular Gneissic complex. So we hope that in the Dharwar part of this block also, we will be actually finding some new leads where we can start our exploration activities. So I think in all respect, this block is very, very interesting to us in terms of geology, in terms of large-scale tectonics, in terms of mineralization. So we all are very eagerly waiting for Martin to deliberate on the findings. And I hope that the people from our southern region, state unit Telangana, AP, and Chhattisgarh from central region, Maharashtra, yes, they are also here with us, virtually connected, and it will be helpful for them to listen to what Martin is going to present. With these words, I just welcome you all and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your words, sir. Your words are always inspiring us. Now we are have our next guest, next dignitaries to call on the dais. Sorry. We are delighted to have Sri Naresh Agrawal, General Manager Pan India Consultation Private Limited. I would like to invite him on behalf of PIA Block 6. Please share some words. He is the key person to for the data acquisition part to provide us the all the licenses part and permits and all. So arranging all the meetings with PI with Canada. Please come and share some words with us. Naresh Agrawal, sir.
Morning. I am Naresh Agrawal. I am looking after Service Division of Pan India Consultant Private Limited. Respected DG sir, HOD Remote Sensing Aerial Survey Division, GSI Bangalore, Sri Devkumar Bhattacharya ji, DDG Geophysics, RSAS, GSI Bangalore, Sri Verma ji, distinguished geoscientist from GSI and other organizations, colleagues and friends, and all participants who have joined virtually. A very good morning and namaskar to everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome all you to this workshop on multi-sensor Aerogeophysical Survey over OGP Block 6. Today marks a significant milestone in our ongoing efforts to deliver quality data to GSI to enhance understanding of the subsurface characteristics of this obvious geological potential region covering OGP Block 6. Before my colleague, Mr. Martin from Central Geophysics Limited takes the stage for detailed technical presentations, I would like to give you a brief background of this project and how it was awarded to the consortium, about ourselves, and little bit about the people involved in this project. We have been associated with this NAGMP project since its inception. If I correctly, we had attended a technical workshop conducted way back in 2017 here in Bangalore, involving officials from GSI, from Ministry of Mines, technical consultants, and prospective bidders, where the discussions on the sensors to be used in this NAGMP program and the acquisition parameter were discussed in details. And those were also discussed at various forums inside the GSI and Ministry of Mines. And as a resultant of those deliberations, the requirements under NAGMP were finalized, and accordingly, the tenders were invited in phased manner. We, Pan-India, are partnered with Sanders Geophysics Limited from over 20 years. So we have now a joint venture company in India registered as a Sanders Geophysics India Private Limited. And Sanders Geophysics Limited is one of the largest aerogeophysical survey provider company all over the world. All the peoples in Sanders Geophysics Limited, including its owners, are geoscientists. They are deeply engaged in aerogeophysical projects. They have all the required infrastructures, that is aircrafts, all the aviation supports, sensors, and obviously the trained manpower. So that makes the difference between the Sanders Geophysics Limited and the other competitors in the market. So we, Pan-India, are around 40 years old, medium-sized Indian company. We are also working primarily in the earth science domain, catering to oil and gas explorations, mineral explorations, hydrology, geology, and in these areas, we are providing services and equipments to most of the government agencies in India, including we are supporting Indian Navy for their hydrographic vessels. This Block 6 has a bit of history. So we participated in 2018 in first round of the tendering. So in that time, we were like lowest bidder, but somehow there was some confusion in the currency of our prices, whether it is in INR or in US dollar. In fact, we have quoted in US dollar, but somehow the e-procurement portal has defaulted it to INR. And then the matter went to court, and that court verdict was in our favor, but somehow the other competitor has again appealed to the High Court, and subsequently it was retendered. And it was our faith that it was again in next tendering process, it was awarded to us. So it, like aerogeophysical projects have inherent challenges. So these are not as similar to the ground geophysical survey projects. It has a like huge dependency on the aviation part. So aviation have its own regulations, its own safety standards. So we have to work within those frames of the aviation industry. So they have different permitting systems also. So there's huge dependency on the aviation part. So we had a lot of challenges initially to convince Ministry of Civil Aviation about the project, because they were not fully aware about the operations of these projects. We had multiple meetings with them involving GSI, Ministry of Mines, and then now after a lot of like hard work from all the stakeholders, now the permitting process has been vastly improved in last 2 years, you can say. So in spite of those challenges, we are able to acquire the good quality aerogeophysical data over the entire Block 6. So there is no area left in Block 6. I'm glad to announce that. And for that, I would like to thank all the GSI personnel associated with this project, especially Sri Devkumar Bhattacharya, who was proactively involved in giving support for getting permissions from various government authorities. He himself has visited and had a meeting with DGCA, Ministry of Home Affairs, and other line departments. So thank you for that. Shri S.C. Barmaji, although he has posted lately in this project after his posting in GSI Bangalore, he has given an immense support during the processing and interpretations of the data for this OGP Block 6. So his inputs and guidance are very valuable. I would like to thank Shri H. Rajaramji for his always available for technical and administrative support. Shri Ramesh K. G, who is project in charge for this OGP Block 6, for his continuous guidance and overall support. And all the persons directly or indirectly associated with this block. A special thanks to Shri R.K. Singh Ji, who is present here, and Mr. P.R. Rao. Both of them have superannuated from GSI, and Mr. K.B. Maruthi, who has transferred from the Bangalore office, but their active support during the start of this project was invaluable. I hope this workshop will be useful for all of us. Over the next few hours, we will dive into a range of topics, including that covering the acquisitions, data processing, and interpretations of the aerogeophysical data. The final processed aerogeophysical data will provide, I do hope that provide insight into the geological, structural setup, mineral potential zones, and recommendations for further detailed studies to achieve, and it will achieve its objectives. I extend my gratitude to all the officers from GSI, my colleague from SGL, Pan India, for their hard work and dedications in putting this workshop together. Thank you, and I wish all a productive and inspiring workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your lovely and kind words. We are very honored and privileged that Sri Asit Saha sir, Director General, Geological Survey of India, has joined us. I would like to give a brief introduction about sir. Sir has completed his master's degree in geology from Calcutta University in 1987, where he was awarded the university's prestigious gold medal for his outstanding academic performance. In 1992, he joined Geological Survey of India and contributed to various organizational projects. In 2002, he furthered his education by pursuing a year professional master degree in geoinformatics at ITC Netherlands under a long-term fellowship. His career has taken him on international assignments in countries like Australia, Saudi Arabia, Netherlands, and Canada. Over the years, he has received several recognitions for his exceptional contribution, including the eWorld 2011 Public Choice Award for Best G2G Initiative and a Silver Award for Best Governance Portal at the eGovernance Awards 2011. In addition to his professional accomplishment, he has authored many research papers, both in national and international levels. Sir, we are very much fortunate to have you, and we are very much thank you for taking time from your busy schedule and joining us. We would love to hear a few words from you. Sir, please. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much. I could see a lot of people eagerly waiting to listen to few words to be spoken by me. I don't know how interesting that will be after the series of lectures. And actually, the people who are waiting to listen to Martin B and Martin M. Am I correct? Yeah. So, I heard the word OGP a couple of times from the earlier speakers. And if we see the full form of OGP, it is obvious geological potential Obvious word is just an English word, something which is very much visible, very much apparent. You don't have to break your head to understand what is obvious. So that was the basic philosophy of designating certain area in this part of the world as obvious geological potential, an area where we would concentrate our mineral exploration activities. And we have been doing so for the last 15 years or so, maybe more. In fact, we have been exploring the whole country since 1851, I should say, and concentrating the mineral exploration work, prioritizing certain area as OGP based on the surface manifestations, surface features. So what is the area of OGP? It is at this moment defined as around 7 lakh square kilometer. So most of these blocks where aerogeophysical survey has been done or will be done as part of phase 1 and phase 2 are concentrated around this OGP area. Once again, for that very simple reason that we are giving our thrust and focus to this area. But at the same time, we also started thinking, then what about the other area which is left out? I mean, it's a 30 lakh square kilometer country and we are working only on 7 lakh square kilometer. What about the other area? Isn't that having any potential or not? Well, it is having potential, but it is not obvious. Why it is not obvious? Because it is covered, either covered by sand or covered by sand in Thar desert area, or by run in Gujarat area, or by thick pile of Deccan Trap sediment at Deccan Trap, or by Indo-Gangetic plain, or it is part of the Great Himalayan range, where we do not have signatures by which we can say, it's definitely going to have some mineralization over there. So time has come now to look into these areas which are not per se obvious. And we are actually adopting strategies whereby we can find out hidden, concealed, deep-seated deposits under this thick pile of sediments or sand cover or Deccan Trap basalts. So what are we doing for that? One is we have taken up projects which we call some sort of predictive geology. And the precursor to these projects is once again the geophysical data acquisition, either through ground geophysical survey or through aerogeophysical survey, identifying anomalies, and then we are trying to get direct evidences through drilling. And by that process, we are updating our geological map, which primarily is made using sort of extrapolation and interpolation from the exposures which you see on the surface. So we are updating our records, geological data and maps using direct evidences, and you can understand that it's not possible to punch everywhere in the surface to get direct information. So what we are doing is we are trying to find out anomalous areas and then punching them and getting direct information. And to do that, as you can all understand, that we do need high quality geophysical data. And in a country like us, where population density is very high, there are forests, there are rivers, there are so many inaccessible terrains. What could be better than aerogeophysical survey to have high resolution data as well as do it in a very short time, get this data in a very short time. So accordingly, this present program which we are having, it is going to get over by 2027-28, and we have plans for the third phase of aerogeophysical survey for the rest of the country where we have not been looking so far. Plans are on, and after a certain period of time, we will be having aerogeophysical data of highest quality for the whole country, and this would not only help us in getting newer deposits for mineral exploration, but also it will give us excellent information about crustal tectonics, crustal architecture, and all other information which we would have not been able to gather just by walking on the surface. So with that goal in mind, we are acquiring data, and today it's some sort of a celebration of that journey, because we have completed the data acquisition of Block 6, and which has been done by Sanders. And not only acquisition, the interpretation has also been done. It is something like, it's something like uncovering or unraveling the mystery which lies beneath, which we are all about to see in a couple of hours. We all are eager to see the presentation. I can see there is a 2-hour presentation which will be done by Dr. Martin Bates, who's sitting here, who has been the lead for this data interpretation process. And I'm very sure that all the stakeholders and all the interested geoscientists who are present here are going to have a lot of insights and a lot of thoughts from these presentations, and which will help them take new programs, have new ideas to go forward in these states of Telangana, Maharashtra, and which are the other states? Andhra Pradesh, for example. So, and as I was saying, we need to look beyond the surface, look beyond the thick pile of sediments or traps, and the Pranhita Godavari Valley in this case is a case in point, which is juxtaposed between the two cratons, and we actually do not know what lies beneath. So we are sure that we will get very good pointers regarding that, and probably then we would strike a bonanza in some sort of a way. So looking forward to this type of presentation by Martin Bates, and also before that, that will be preceded by 2 presentations from GSI, one by Sri Ramesh K and one by Dr. D.S. Jire. So I wish them very great session, and for all other participants who are here, I wish you that you will be interacting with the presenters in a very interactive manner and deliberating to find out new knowledge and new information, and everyone will get benefited by that. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming here, and thank you for bearing with me for the last 5-6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, DG sir, for your visionary address and inspiring us all with your valuable words. Now we are a bit close with technical sessions. Before that main technical session, we have 2 presentations, one for Block 6 in charge, and other from the geology side, Dr. Sri D.S. Jire. So I request technical committee, so please ready the presentation, and all the volunteers please help our dignitaries, because this is a technical session, so they will enjoy with the presentation from first row. So please take your seat in the first row. Now, after the inspiring and encouraging words from our esteemed dignitaries, we would like to appreciate Sri Ramesh Kesar, Director Geophysics and Project in charge of OGP Block 6 for his efforts and technical guidance for the smooth functioning of the project. He is involved in Block 6 before. I would like to invite him to provide us a brief overview on the multi-sensor aerogeophysical surveys conducted over the OGP area of Block 6. Sir, please come on the dais and give an overview. Thank you so much. Sir, please welcome our first speaker with your huge round of applause.
So good morning one and all present here and on virtual mode. It is my privilege and pleasure to stand before you to share an overview of multi-sensor aerogeophysical survey over OGP Block 6 and overview. It's covering parts of Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Thanks to our dignitary DG Saab and HOD Saab, DG Saab, already they covered in the entire subject. They briefed very well. So for me, it's a less thing is left over. So I don't want to continue the same thing here. So NAGMP survey, all you all well aware of that. RSS has taken up an ambitious NAGMP has been initiated during 2017. So prioritizing area phase 1, phase 2 has been taken up for the along the near OGP and surrounding areas. And so far 6 blocks have been successfully completed. Now one of them, OGP Block 6 airborne geophysical project was awarded to Santa Geophysics and Pan India Limited. So this data is acquired magnetic and radiometric data. The survey parameter is survey height of 80 meters. Specification is line kilometer is 300 meter and control line is 3000 meter. This NAGMP project have 2 level. One is in a regional survey using fixed wing. Sensor is fitted with spectrometric and magnetic sensor. And level 2 follow-up work will be based on that potential areas, it will be covered over this either in the fixed wing or airborne surveys or ground surveys based on that outcome of our projects. This area is covering about initial 9,000 kilometer and about 76,048 square kilometer of the area. So this is a geology map and this area is covering about the part of 109 topo sheets in Telangana, Maharashtra and Chhattisgarh, some part of Andhra Pradesh. Maximum of the area is covering over Telangana area on eastern part of the state. This blocks is dominated by northwest southeast end of Panita Godavari basins. That contains 6 sediments, both Proterozoic and Prenozoic age, form along the margin of 2 ancient cratons, the eastern Dharwad and Bastar Dharwad. And some part of the area is covering, southern side is eastern mobile belts. Some southern part is covering that, our Krishna River basins. These are the sensors used for our surveys. 3 magnetic sensors fitted in the wings and 2, one is in tail. The other is base magnetometer at the base stations. The sampling interval are 10 Hz in the magnetic and in spectrometric. These are the spectrometric systems. It is fitted within the aircraft 3 boxes having 50.4 liters of capacity. These are the other spectrometrics for using for calibration purpose and all. It is shown here. Mainly capturing of gamma radiation of potassium, uranium, thorium. For our survey, we used 3 different bases. For northern side, we used from Chandrapur, our bases, and our southern side from Nagarjuna Sagar, and middle of the area we cover right from Warangal. So we have about 360 flights for covering the entire area in the 2 flying season. This is a proposed flight path and that is covered one. 2 of the small area is left out due to the restricted area. One is from Chandrapur, near Chandrapur is ordnance factory, and southern side small portion is Manoguru heavy plant. That area is restricted, over that area we are not covered. And initially we awarded for that 2078 about a survey line kilometer. Due to that restriction, we covered, getting permission from the respective agency, we covered additionally 3,117 line kilometer, about 900 square kilometer area. This is our coverage plan month-wise. So for Sanders, they are achieved first time in a month, about 53,000 line kilometer in a single month. They are achieved in the first time. For them, it's very thankful to them. So speed up our survey in a time. This is our outputs. Our preliminary database is magnetic and spectrometric data. This magnetic, from that more derivative maps are prepared, and this will be used for interpretation. This part will be discussed by Mr. Martin. So prior to this work was, we had 2 technical sessions. One is with on 21st November to getting the input from our senior peoples. That meeting was participated by our renowned expertise Nitin Das Saab and Sarvottam Saab and our DDG from CHQ. They are given that input for this area after seeing our preliminary laser. And one more meeting we considered from the respective region, Hyderabad. We shared our preliminary results over there. We got the good feedback from the respective regions. So that also addressed in our current presentation. So you may be enjoying our technical presentation. So with the chair permission, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to the member of GSI TSQ team of Block 6, Mr. Ramesh and Dr. Preeti Wagh and Monica, Ashish Kumar Bage, our Nagadivya ma'am and Monica ma'am for their unwavering dedication, exceptional sincerity and tireless hard work throughout the entire project. Thank you. Thank you for thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing a brief overview on the work carried out over the OGP area of Block 6. Before geophysical interpretation by Dr. Martin Bates, we should have some geological control over the mineral system. We should have some knowledge about this. For this, it's now time to invite our next speaker, Sri D.S. Jire sir, Director Geology, RSS Bengaluru, to enlighten us with the geological background of the area and overall geological setup and the mineral system within the OGP area of Block 6. Sir, please, the stage is all yours now.
A very good morning, sir. I'll be making a brief presentation on geology and mineralization just to refresh the geology and mineralization of NAGMP Block 6. So, just now, there are two cratons. There are two cratons, the Bastar craton in the northeastern part and the Dharwar craton. Okay. The Dharwar craton on the southwestern part, separated by Pranita Godavari Rift. Itna nazdik? Yeah. Okay. These two cratons and the intercratonic area, very interesting. So we are expecting a lot of new geology, new information from this magnetic and radiometric data set. It's going to add a new dimension to our geological understanding and the geology, whatever we evolved till now. The RKN units are mostly the TTG suits and supracrustal belts. The Dharwar, Bengpal, Sukma and Bailadila, they are set in a TTG suit. And there is a RKN mafic ultramafic complex that is Chimal part in the southern area, this portion. And the Dongargarh network, Paleoproterozoic, it is over here on the east of Gadchiroli. And it forms the core of Bailadila belt over here. And there are granulite belts, Bhopalpatnam, Karimnagar. They are there in both the cratons, the Karimnagar belt and the Bhopalpatnam on the Bastar side. So Dharwar, Bastar craton juxtaposed but separated with a rift basin, Perbo-Carboniferous Gondwana sediments. Then Eastern Ghat mobile belt, a small portion in the southeastern portion, we have Eastern Ghat mobile belt. We don't know exactly on the surface, there is no any signature on the propagation or continuity of the Eastern Ghat mobile belt. That's one very interesting area. As we know, two arcane nuclei, they are juxtaposed and separated by a younger rift basin. So definitely we do expect there could be some orogeny between these two cratons. This data is likely to throw some information on it. And of course, we have the Mesoproterozoic Pakhal sediments on the either side of the Pranita Godavari Rift Basin. And here we have Penganga, Neoproterozoic, and some Deccan traps over all these. If we see sequentially the Archean rocks, TTG suits with the Bengpal supergroup, Bengpal group, Dharwar supergroup over here, and Sukma high-grade supracrustals. They all cover the Archean rocks. Here, Bengpal, Dharwar, Sukma, and the Chimpal part, Cabro anorthosite complex. Then Archean Proterozoic, we have TTG suit, PGC2, and the Bailadila over here, and Bhopalpatnam Granulite Belt and Eastern Ghat Mobile Belt portion, just north of Vijayawada. And these form Archean Proterozoic rocks, and this is the Dongargarh granite, Paleoproterozoic Dongargarh granite. It forms the core of a Bailadila belt, and the Pakhals. These are the Mesoproterozoic basins on the either side of Pranita Godavari, followed by Penganga Neoproterozoic formations. Here we have limestone, lots of limestone leases we have in Penganga. We have sandstone and shale. These are the sedimentary. They are Neoproterozoic. Then Permo-Carboniferous Gondwana sequence, northwest, southwest. We have some Lamatas, late Cretaceous, and the Deccan Traps over here, a smaller area just south of Chandrapur. So this is the geological setup, the lithology age units. Now when we look slightly deeper into the supracrustal belts, mafic, ultramafic suits, so we have, and these can be quite well picked up in our magnetics and also the surface geology by radiometrics. These are very important to look for noble metals and the critical minerals. Here, these are the portions, bilateral where BIF's mafic ultramafic suit we have, the superior type BIF. It's very important for us, not only to iron, we can look for gold, and the mafic ultramafics, mostly amphibolites, Bengfall mafic suit, they are there as small enclaves within the TTG suit, and the high-grade supracrustals, Sukma, pyroxene granulites, 2-pyroxene granulites, we have, these are the Sukmas, and again the Bengpal suit is spread all in the Bastar craton over here in the NAGMP Block 6. The predominant lithologies are BMQ and amphibolite. This is gabbro-anorthosite complex. This complex is also very important. The magnetics can pick up any variation within the mafic ultramafic complex, clubbed with its depth continuity, the kinematics, and it is very important for, as we know, nickel, PGE, cobalt, vanadium. So this is also very important complex to see its signature in the new data sets. And we have small patches of dharwars, BIFs and metavolcanic rocks and some chloride schist in the Dharwar craton, the southern side of the Pranita Godavari rift. And here is a Karimnagar granulate belt over here. And these are the areas they attract us to understand their strike continuity and their structures and to look for the noble metals and the critical minerals. And these are the cover sediments which they mask all the Precambrian basement, the Proterozoic basins, mostly the Pakhals here, of course the Cretaceous Deccan Traps, the Penganga. Almost 30 to 40% of the areas is covered with the cover sediments. And understanding the geology below cover sediments and also within the sediments, the variations, the structures, it's expected to be well picked up by our magnetic breaks, and maybe we can add more and more information, and that's going to improvise our understanding on the geology of the cover sediments. And we can do lots of new exercises like what's there below these sedimentary basins. With the long wavelength anomalies, we can pick up the basement features. We can go very close to making a predictive geological map, predictive structures. So adding new information to our existing geological database is very important to understand geology, and it makes the way go to our deposits, new deposits in the greenfield areas. Okay, yeah. Next. It's not working. Oh yeah. So when we look at the critical minerals, if we start from say REs, the potash-rich granitoids, they are important. Here, the mapped areas in the PGC suit, they have been classified that they are potash-rich granitoids. So our radiometrics, the thorium and potassic signals in our radiometric map, it's going to highlight, and even we expect we can see some zoning, we can see concentration along certain zones, the structural lineaments, And these are the areas which are going to be important to look for secondary RE. And of course, we can link the primary and secondary together. And these are the important areas. The north one is the Dongargarh granitoid. We can understand the pulses of granitoid emplacement with the new data set, and we can bring the inhomogeneity or maybe the new homogeneity within the PGC suit part of Dharwar Craton. So these are all going to be very important. As we know, some of the rare earth minerals, they are magnetic. So not only in radiometric map, even in the magnetic image, we are likely to get some better highlights on the magnetic rich portions within the acidic suit. They could be very important to look for RE minerals. Like samarium, neodymium, they are really magnetic. And if there is a better concentration, we can have a look on the secondary enrichment, or maybe with our field investigations and characterizing the regolith or a primary rock, we can get more information on it. And the lanthanoid series, they are mostly magnetic. So it's not only magnetite, there are RE minerals. They also help us in understanding the high magnetic zones. The magnetic and radiometric together, it's going to give us new areas, potential to look for RE mineralization with a ground validation, sample collection, both in the primary environment, secondary regolith, the mechanically broke down primary RE bearing minerals we can pick up in the secondary. If it is chemically disintegrated, and maybe in the clay ion absorption. So we expect a lot in such areas to look for RE from the combination of radiometrics. And of course, the mafic ultramafic suit is so important. Most of our critical minerals listed in Government of India's publication, we have these in the mafic ultramafic system. There are lots of challenges because in the past, mapping has been completely done, and the hashed portions here, large-scale geological mapping has already been done by Geological Survey of India. The past. So lots of ground data is available. Now we are looking on a 50K map. So when we see 10K map, put all our high resolution data into it, do recycling, and with the reinterpreted information, we can go to new places. So characterization of regolith for RE, and mapping igneous pulses is very important thing that we can do it with our radiometric and magnetic, both. There are lots of dikes concentrated, both in the Dharwar as well as in the Bastar Craton. So factoring and kinematics of the dikes can get a better understanding on how do they behave at shallow and deeper levels. These are the areas where we can do the modeling by using and they can be very well picked up in our magnetics. So lots of dikes, and we do see some of the dikes, they abruptly terminate across. Maybe they are partially concealed, or they are not exposed, or they could not pick up in the geological mapping, because some of them, they just terminate across topographic boundaries. So now we can update our geological maps. The radiometrics help a lot in mapping the small lithologies. The magnetics will help in tracing the dikes and intrusive rocks. So these things can be done with and we do expect a lot we can do. And apart from these LSM areas, integrating new data sets and looking together, lots of gap areas. Here nothing has been done yet, no large scale mapping. All these areas are going to open up new places to look for minerals. And characterizing of fault. See, there are number of faults within the white ones. They are the faults picked up in the field studies in the Gondwana. Now with the magnetic breaks, we can pick up even more, and we can do factoring. Adding more structural information will lead us to understand the basin better. Again, the continuity of Eastern Ghat mobile belt signatures, maybe towards the Pranita Godavari Rift. That can be interesting part. Maybe this magnetics will give us lead on it. And of course, with radiometrics, we can fine-tune our geological maps. We can update our geological maps by our field geology, asteroid alterations, and magnetics all put together. There is lots of scope in these 76,000 square kilometer. We are going to add lots of, and of course, discovery is a challenge because lots of work has been done with surface manifestation now. Anything subsurface manifestation and the minor concentration of minerals, high value, low concentration, like REs, if we fail to pick up those in our field mapping, now these are the new data sets we expect, at least we go close to the RE mineralization here. So, in terms of mineralization, there are some resource-bearing blocks developed here for copper, Tranavasna. About 20 kilometers south, there is one Dubarpet resource-bearing copper block, Ghote, and here in Dharwar, Kritan, Mailaram, they are the places where hydrothermal copper has already been established. And of course, iron ore in the Bailadila as well as in some portion of Dharwars. Iron ore has been, iron ore blocks are there. And there are mining leases. The blue colored ones are the mining leases of limestone, mostly in the Penganga. That was, and lots of occurrences are reported in South Karimnagar, molybdenum, in our previous reports. And kimberlites over here, there are two clusters, lamproid kimberlite bodies. The magnetics and radiometrics, they are really wonderful. If our 300-meter line spacing crosses over the 30 or 50-meter wide lamproid kimberlite, that could lead us a better area to look for, and lots of analysis Dr. Martin will be sharing, and it's going to be very interesting. And we can trace lots of structures within the basin, boundaries, and the shear controlled copper, hydrothermal shear controlled copper, its continuity, and generally they occur in clusters. These areas are going to be very interesting to see all the data sets. Of course, the Gabbro anorthosite Chimpalpada complex and the mafic bodies over here, magnetics are wonderful. They'll give us a lot. The depth continuity, their pulses, we can understand them better, and our fieldwork is going to be very precise to look for certain units which are very important for these mineral systems. So I have listed some mineral systems. They could be very interesting by integrating this data into our already known data. So here I conclude. Thank you for patiently. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. What a presentation, what an information he shared with us. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the knowledge about the geology, mineralization, and what are the opportunities in the OGP Block 6. We now thank all the dignitaries who are gracing this occasion and share their valuable words. Now it's time to take a break. It is 11:23, and so we will take a short break of 15 minutes for a tea break. So please join us for a little refreshment in the outside of the meeting hall. Before that, I make a small announcement that one of our delegate has exchanged his bag. Received? Okay, thank you. So we will reassemble in the hall after 15 minutes. 11:25 is there, so 15 minutes from that. 11:45 we will start our next technical session, which is most awaited one with the Dr. Martin Bates. Thank you so much. Please join us. Thank you.
ये चेक करो, चेक 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 1.
Let me get my feet on the controls. Let me get my feet on the controls.
Hey, check. Hey, check, check. Hey, check, check.
11:45, I request everyone who are outside, please reassemble in the hall. We are about to start our first technical session. I request everyone who are outside of the hall kindly get back to the hall so that we can start our technical session. We are going delayed by 45 minutes.
Hello. Hello. Excuse me. Everybody, please reassemble in the hall. We request all the delegates reassemble in the hall. We are going to start our first technical session. Please join us.
Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello.
Once again, I request everyone who are outside, please reassemble.
We request all the delegates, all the guests, please reassemble in the hall for our first technical session.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah? Oh, you can hear me. Everyone can hear me.
I think everybody have arrived. Once again, I request everyone who are outside, please come inside. We are about to start our first technical session. We are already running by delay by 45 minutes. Thank you everyone for joining back. We will now initiate our first technical session for which we are gathered here. Sorry, what did I think? It's okay. We have only one presentation in this session. Keeping our program's timeline intact, we request everyone kindly make their queries as notes and that will be taken up in the discussion part by the presenter. We hope everyone will enjoy this knowledge imparting session. Here we have Dr. Martin Wells, Chief Geologist, Sanders Geophysics Limited, for giving an overview and presentation on Aerogeophysical Survey over OGP areas of Block 6. He will deal with the data acquisition, processing, interpretation, and the results obtained from the OGP Block 6. Before inviting him, sir is already on the podium. So I would like to give a brief intro about Dr. Martin Wells. Martin Wells is a member of Professional Association of Geoscientists of Ontario, Canada, and has worked for Sanders Geophysics Limited of Ottawa for 25 years as an exploration geophysicist, specializing in the potential field and gamma ray airborne geophysical survey. He is the current manager of data processing. He holds a BSc in geology from the University of Durham, England, and a PhD awardee in paleomagnetism from the University of Leeds, England. Before joining Sanders Geophysics, he worked as a research fellow at the University of Toronto, Canada, and the University of Zimbabwe. With that, your sir is already there. With that, I invite Dr. Martin Bates for his presentation to the podium. Sir, please. We are waiting for you, sir. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, sounds like you can hear me. My wife always says I speak very quietly, so I should have one of these when I'm at home. First, I'd just like to say welcome to the Director General, Mr. Asit Saha, Mr. Sri Deb Kumar Bhattacharya of HOD RSAS, Mr. Sri C.S. Verma, DGG Geophysics, and all the rest of the distinguished geophysicists and geoscientists in the audience. I had to use that. I'm not very good at your Indian names, I'm afraid. I'm still learning. But when I come up and talk in front of people like this, I usually look for a friendly face out there. I think I'm going to be looking around an awful lot because I've a lot of friendly faces. I've come to know a lot of people here at the GSI and respect them as geoscientists. And I hope that you enjoy the presentation today and find it informative. I know you're going to have questions, you're going to have differences of opinion. This is what science is all about. So I'm looking forward to that. We're going to go quickly through some of the things actually have already been presented by the colleagues from the GSI, so we can move fairly quickly through, and we are a little bit behind time. But we'll be looking a little bit at our airborne operations, how we went about doing the survey, the data processing, which is a critical part of bringing the data to the quality it needs to be in order for it to be properly interpreted and not mislead you in certain ways as it can if you don't do it right. And then eventually we'll get to the interpretation that we've done. And interpretation, as I like to say, not the interpretation. I know it's just the beginning of how this data set is going to be employed and used probably for many years to come, because I believe it is a very high quality data set. So, Block 6, Standard Geophysics, I should say thank you to my colleagues from Pan-India, without whom we would have never got this survey off the ground in the first place. This way. Here we go. Okay. So there's me. We've already had a nice introduction. I've been around for 30 years at Standard Geophysics. Strange how the time flies. I've done a lot of surveys in that time. This has been an excellent survey, really well conducted, very good data. My email is there. That's because you can call me, you can email me anytime about anything I say here or anything you've got interesting to share. This is, as far as I'm concerned, when you do a survey like this, it's the beginning of a collaboration that lasts for as long as we're interested in geoscience, which is basically forever, right? So don't feel shy to ever contact me about anything that comes up post this survey. I'm always at your disposal. So quick intro to Standard Geophysics. We've been in this airborne business for over 50 years. We have 10 fixed-wing aircraft. 8 of them are these survey caravans. We have 2 twin otters, which are very highly dynamic planes, able to climb and descend very quickly. 2 helicopters. We're a founding member of IAGSA, it's a safety organization. I'm not going to talk a lot about safety, but I do think safety is a huge part of what we do. We've been flying these surveys for all this length of time. We've had no accidents in that entire time. Nobody can come close to that sort of safety record. It's not something we take for granted. It's a very important aspect of the business. Try to advance this thing. Oh, there you go. As you can see, we have global footprint. Flown in many parts of the world, often multiple times. We've done surveys in Antarctica as well. So we have a vast experience of different environments in which we operate. The methods that we perform, that we do, obviously usually aeromagnetics, very common, and radiometrics is what we did here. We also do airborne gravity. We do LiDAR, scanning LiDAR laser systems. We have a methane detection system. And we do frequency domain electromagnetics as well. Fixed wing at the moment, but working on the helicopter system at the moment, and hopefully that'll come online soon. So, Block 6. We've seen this picture a few times. We think we all know where it is by now. And just to sort of zoom in a little bit in a few places for those who aren't familiar with where the Block 6 is, to give a sense of it. But it's basically the Godavari River Valley and the Pranhinta River coming from the north, converging and then running towards the south to the southeast, and a little bit of the coastal area where the Eastern Ghats are in the south there. Here's the geology. We've already seen some highlights of this from my colleague from the GSI. We have this central area of Gondwana sediments from the Phanerozoic, filling in a basin, but it has on either side of it older supercrustal Godavari supergroup rocks from the what's the word? Not the Archean, I'm having a brain fade. The Proterozoic, sorry, speaking thing. We have the two cratons on either side, the Eastern Dawa and the Bastar, very different from each other in character, as we'll see later. A little bit of the Krishna Godavari Basin in the south, and a complex area of the Eastern Ghats mobile belt in the very south part of the survey, and a little bit of the Deccan Traps coming in the north. Okay, so skipping on, this is basically, they're not showing every survey line, but for a survey of this area, 300 meters line spacing is very, very detailed for such a large survey block. We've only shown a few at every 10th line there, so otherwise it'd be black. There's so many survey lines in there. The control lines flown perpendicular, ratio of 1 to 10, primarily there for helping us to correct the airborne magnetic data for changes in the magnetic field whilst we're flying the survey along the principal traverse lines, the ones that go from the southwest to the northeast. The line direction is chosen to be perpendicular to the main geological trends in the area. Of course, you can never be perpendicular to all of them because they're not always the same, but that is the dominant trend, and that's the best way to fly a survey. If you're going to collect it, you're going to get the most detailed information by flying and collecting data along the lines. In between the lines, we're going to have to interpolate the data. But we flew a gravity gradient survey in this example of this project, which means that we can do a better job of interpolating between the lines than we would have done otherwise. So we target 80 meters above ground. That's if we're flying over flat ground without any hills, without any obstructions, then that's where we're going to be. And we can usually maintain within 10 meters above or below that, often just within 5 if it's flat. Very easy to follow. But the world isn't like that. There are hills that we have to get over, and that means that we're at times going to be higher above the ground than we would want to be in order to get over the tops of those hills. We can predict in advance where we're going to be, and we actually generate a smooth surface over the surface of the Earth using an existing model of the Earth's surface. Usually, these days we use the Copernicus 30-meter resolution, DEM for that. We used to use this shuttle terrain mission data for many years, but this is now the best available. And we predict where we're going to be able to climb and descend to using the climb rates of the aircraft in the conditions we're flying. And then we have to filter it a little bit, smooth it out, because the planes can't suddenly go from climbing to descending. They would overshoot, so they have to be planed off a little so that we can transition from climb to descend and descend to climb without over or undershooting the guidance provided by that information. This gets us to an optimal surface that we can fly over the terrain, and it also means that there's not too much height difference from survey line to survey line, which is important for consistency of the data and understanding the data. And also that when we fly those lines that are perpendicular, the control lines, that they meet at a similar height. Otherwise, they record different data. Magnetic field changes quite rapidly sometimes in the vertical sense. And so having good intersections, as we say, where the lines cross is important for the magnetic data. We also have to lift up the guidance survey guidance system over the towns and villages by certain amounts of clearance. This is a regulatory requirement from the government. So we take a digital terrain model. As you can see on the left here, this is the Copernicus 30 terrain. Then we smooth it out in the line directions that we're going to be flying, both in traverse and control line directions. And that is the surface which we're going to follow when we fly the survey. And on the right-hand side, you can see the predicted clearance that we're going to be at. And for this survey, the vast majority of it is pretty close to the ground. It's in those blues, just some severe hills in a few spots where we get too high, in some cases even too high for the gamma ray data to be reliable. But that is actually not a big issue in this particular survey block. So we calculate in advance how we're going to be flying, and you can see there's the survey height, 80 meters, that's that yellow line. And just around 50% of that is flown either at or very close to up to 100 meters above the ground. So that's going to give you lots of very high quality data. As you fly higher, the magnetic data will become a little less detailed because the magnetic anomalies, their amplitudes decrease as you fly higher, and the small anomalies tend to decrease more rapidly than the large ones. So you tend to get less detail, and when you're interpreting the data, you need to keep that in mind. The magnetic character changes in your data set, not just because of the geology, but also because of the survey height that you're flying above the ground. For the gamma ray data, it's sort of generally the data just gets a little noisier as you get higher, up to the point where you start to really lose signal. Usually around 300 meters, things start to be less reliable, but depending on the strength of the signal, you can still get data. And we, in fact, got data for the vast majority of this block in the gamma ray data as well. Just considering the gamma ray data itself and the height above the ground, we are not recording, when you're recording magnetic data, you're recording the magnetic field at the point the aircraft is flying, and it's a measurement that's the point of observation. For gamma ray data, you're actually gathering radiation that's emanating from the ground and being picked up by the aircraft from a distance away, not just where you are, but even not just from immediately below you. So in this particular project, you can see as you go further and further out, you're getting more and more of the data, but the majority comes from the area beneath you when you're flying the survey. So this is just some curves just showing how the percentage changes with height. And what it basically says that at 80 meters at the survey height that we're flying, which is that orange curve there, we get about half of the data is coming from either below you or in the area that is closest to the line between you and the next adjacent line. So that means that you're going to get pretty good resolution. The majority of the data is coming from immediately below you, but it also means you're going to cover the data in between the lines. If you get lower, you may not see as much information from between the lines, but you'll get more specific data to the line you're at. So it's a pretty good height to be at to achieve good coverage and good resolution at the same time in the gamma ray data. There we go. So here's our airplane that we used. I thought people might appreciate the picture. Doesn't generally get as cold as that down here. This is a Sister Grand Caravan. It's the survey plane we use the most. It is very versatile. It can operate in many conditions. There are restrictions at both temperatures, cold and hot. This was actually too cold to fly, I have to admit, on that day, but the plane was okay. We kept the equipment running. And so it's a real workhorse. It's very robust, and it's really has been an excellent survey plane for us over the years. We talked about the equipment already. Ramesh K mentioned the various equipment, but we're using the Geometrics G822 magnetometer. It's measuring magnetic intensity only. We're not measuring direction of magnetic field, just the strength of the magnetic field. But that's the standard for most aeromagnetic surveys. There are new systems coming online for doing vector mag, but we're not talking about that here. The gamma ray system is actually built by Sander Geophysics ourselves. They use large iodide crystals that scintillate and generate photons of light which can be calibrated to tell you the energy of the data of the incipient radiation that is coming from the ground. And we're getting a range of energies from all of the radiation. There are specific energies of radiation that are diagnostic of the natural radiation which we pick up, these being principally potassium, uranium, and thorium. There are other radiations associated with those elements because they have a multiple decay chain, so they're actually generating lots of different radiations, but those are the specific ones that are strong enough and discrete enough for us to be able to tell. We can pick out those specific peaks of radiation related to those elements. Just mentioned we're measuring over a range of 1024 channels at 3 keV each, so we're actually just not measuring just the individual peaks, but the full spectrum, and that's pretty much standard for any gamma ray survey these days. Ancillary equipment also important because we need to be able to correct our data for altitude from the ground. We usually employ both radar and laser scanner, not laser scanner, laser rangefinder altimeters. The laser is more accurate overall. It's a very, very precise instrument, but it doesn't have quite the same altitude range. The radar altimeter will go to a higher height, so where the laser cuts out, the radar will keep going. The pressure instrument, we're going to need that to make adjustments to the height for the density of the air, which is part of the corrections we have to do for the gamma ray data. And then in addition to that, we have, so we have also a temperature probe as well, which is part of that adjustment for the density of the air. We have to know pressure and temperature to make those changes. We have attitude, the orientation of the plane in space. We have to know that because we're going to correct for the attitude, the orientation, in particular of the aircraft, when we're doing our gradient surveys, gradient processing. And we have GPS sensors on the aircraft to tell us where we are. We usually have two for redundancy, one right above where the pilot's sitting and one stuck up on the tail where they have good vision of the sky above. Oh, yep, there's there. So quick view of the installations. You can see the GPS antennas on the top. We have 3 magnetometers installed, one in the tail, which is if you're just doing a single magnetic survey, that's where you put it. You put it there to be as far away from the business end of the airplane as you can, because all the electronics and the motion of the engine is going to generate magnetic fields and interference. So you stick it out the back, and that's the best place you can put it. But in this case, we're also measuring across we have these wing pods at either end, so we're measuring data across the line that we're flying as well. That's going to allow us to be able to better interpolate the data across the survey lines. The altimeters obviously are installed underneath the plane, the temperature probe on the strut, and the barrow is just kind of a little measuring the pressure. Has to be oriented so it doesn't pick up the motion of the airplane. Otherwise you'd be like over calculating it, so it's oriented so it doesn't do that. Inside the plane, the gamma ray spectrometers, we usually have to split them like this. There isn't enough room for them all at the back. It also helps with the weight and balance of the aircraft because the whole thing has to be airworthy and you can't put a ton of weight at the back, and these things weigh a lot. You can also see a ferry cabin tank there. That gives us extra range for flying with extra fuel inside. And then there's a rack of electronics right behind the pilots. We build our own systems completely from scratch, electronics for acquiring all the data and all the software that is designed for real-time acquisition data. Recording is all done in-house at Sander. And it's all synchronized to the GPS so that the data sets between the aircraft and instruments that are measuring on the ground can all be properly synchronized in time. We have a display system, so we always fly with 2 pilots. That's part of the safety business because it is very tiring flying low altitude survey flights. It takes a lot of concentration, and you don't have a lot of margin for error when you're only 80 meters from the ground with one engine. So two pilots share the load, but the second pilot, who, when they're not actively flying the plane, is trained to monitor the instruments in flight. This is just showing a gamma ray measurement with a range of energies in that red graph, and the green lines are sort of associated with the various peaks that we're interested in. We operated out of 3 different airports for this project. We started in Chandrapur, moved down to Nagarjuna Sagar, and eventually finished up working out of Warangal. Of course, the shorter distance you have to fly to get to your lines, the more efficiently you can get them done. So that's the reason for moving around. Where we set up a base of operations, we always establish a base station. We have this is electronics in that box, protected from the environment, has a computer in there, a power supply. It can be plugged in if there's a power supply locally to plug it into, or we can set it up to run with solar panels, so we can put it out in a quiet area, because we want to set up a magnetic sensor to measure the magnetic field whilst we're flying, and that's going to help us to correct for those changes in the magnetic field, because the magnetic field is dynamic, it's not staying the same. And so when we're flying over the geology, the magnetic field is changing all the time because of the geology underneath you, but it's also changing just because it does. So if we can monitor that and we can correct for that, it's never going to be perfect because you're measuring change at that location where that sensor is, and the plane is somewhere else, and the change is going to be different there. But the closer you are to it, the better it's going to do. And at low magnetic latitudes, as we are in India, the correlation is actually very good over quite long distances. So it does a very good job of correcting, but we'd fly those control lines, those perpendicular lines, to finish off the correction, essentially. So we need to be in a quiet spot where there's not lots of metal moving around, like cars driving by and the like will generate changing magnetic fields. A few bits of interference here and there we can edit, but lots would be problematic. So this is a quiet spot here. And we also need a GPS antenna so we can do differential GPS corrections by comparing the signal between the antenna, received at the antenna, and that the aircraft, the common satellites seen by both, can be combined to give you an accurate position. And for that to happen, it has to have a clear view of the sky. You don't want trees and things and buildings in the way, so they can't see the satellites in the sky. So this is a nice open area. It's pretty much perfect for that. And it's also convenient because it's where we go every day anyway. It's the airport where we're flying from. So it's quite often where we set up our stations, but sometimes we have to go elsewhere. This is what the base station looks like. You've got the computer inside, the power supply there, monitoring, and we're monitoring the magnetic field, how it's changing, and the rates of change in time, how much is deviating from a smooth linear change, because it's the deviations from smooth change that are most difficult to correct for. When we do our leveling and magnetic leveling, we can correct and interpolate our corrections from one intersection to the next. If the magnetic field is changing smoothly between those intersections, then the interpolation of those corrections is going to work out nicely. If it's not, then the interpolation won't work so well. You can rely to some extent on the base station to help you correct for those things, but still it's always, there's a limitation to that. So we have specifications which we monitor for activity of the magnetic field, that we're not flying when it's too active. Mostly down again at these sort of low magnetic latitudes, we don't generally run into problems unless there's a particularly strong magnetic storm that might cause us to pause our operation momentarily. So we did run into some operational issues during the project. We obtained permission to fly. There was originally a block in the northwest that we weren't sure we were going to be able to get into. We got permission to go there, but there was actually an ordnance factory in that area, and we actually were flying over and close to it, and then somebody noticed us and said they didn't want that. So they got in contact with us, and so that's why they cut the area there that red area, it's partly flown and partly not, because we were almost through flying it when we were told that we weren't allowed to continue. So the lines that are cut out there are just the ones that we hadn't got done by the time that happened. It wasn't marked on any of the aviation charts. We weren't aware of it prior. Obviously, if we would have been aware of it prior, we would have coordinated that before going there. We also had some coordination requirements with the Air Force. There's a couple of training zones that impinge on Block 6, so we don't want to be flying. They'll often fly their training flights at similar low altitudes as we would do, so we don't want to be in the same airspace at the same time. This was just a matter of coordinating with the people in Hyderabad, where the bases of operations for these different Air Force operations were. So if they're going to be active in those areas, they would tell us, and we would avoid going in there on those days. We also had a circumstance where we were flying low in this particular part of the block around Gedchiroli. How do you say that? Gedchiroli? Yeah, sorry if I butchered that name. Local police got in contact with us, asked what we were doing, and requested that they coordinate. They had some helicopter operations and things going on in that area. And so we, again, just a matter of coordination, but that was done after they got in touch with us, not the other way around, when they saw us flying through the block. And yes, there was this power plant, which we knew in advance was going to be an issue, and we had to cut that area out. So there's another small space in the southwest where we couldn't fly the project. But for the most part, it was fine. Yeah, so total field staff, quite a lot of people in and out. Pilots get tired, they need breaks, usually six weeks, maybe 4 to flying. So we had an aircraft maintenance engineers have to keep our planes in tip-top condition under trying circumstances. So we maintain our planes very carefully during our operations. Number of geophysicists working on the project, lots of airplanes flying, so lots of data, lots to do every day, because every day we have to know that the data acquired the day before is good, so that we can go fly again the next day with confidence that all of the equipment is running properly. So that's a lot of work to get done from day to day. And we had a total of 6. The geophysicists always take the lead in our projects. We usually have them as the crew chief. That puts the data acquisition and data quality front and center of the operation. Seeing lots of pilots because it's very tiring and some rotation is required. And the equipment technicians to keep all of the geophysical equipment properly operating throughout the project. We have to do a number of calibrations. We have to do these at the beginning and the end of the survey or during any significant break, or if there's a change of the equipment. We have to demonstrate that the systems are working correctly for the most part. The first one, the airborne magnetometer compensation. This is to do with the fact that when the aircraft maneuvers in the air, it's a metal object, it's moving through the Earth's magnetic field. If you remember your elementary physics, that means you're going to be generating currents because the metal object is a conductor. And those currents will flow, and those currents will have secondary related magnetic fields associated with them. And also all of the control surfaces, the rudder and the flaps are all moving around. So as the plane maneuvers through space, it generates interference of its own. But by measuring how the motion of the plane and correlating that to the signal that it generates, we can correct for it. This has been done for many years. And it's a very standard technique. But we have to do a test to prove that we can correct for that properly, for the maneuver noise. We also look at magnetometer heading, the fact that depending on the direction you're flying, you might measure a slightly different magnetic field in the magnetic sensor, also partly down to the fact that you're a moving object through space. You're usually just trying to prove that it's not particularly high. The truth is it's very low, but it's hard to prove it. It's probably as low as it is. So if you can get something below a couple of nanoteslas of difference in either direction, you know that you're in good shape, there's nothing particularly untoward, and it's very correctable in the data later on anyway, if there's a slight difference in direction like that. There's a lag test. This is the fact that we're measuring the magnetic field in the tail, but the GPS is at the front of the plane. The primary one is the one just on top of the pilot's cabin. So the two aren't at the same place at the same time. Eventually, when you're flying forwards, the tail catches up to where the GPS sensor was just a little moment before. So if you just do a little time correction to lag that data till it catches up its GPS position, then you'll know where it was at the time it was measured, where the GPS was more the other way around, where the GPS was when the magnetic measurement was made. That's what you need to know. So you can adjust that in time, but because you're adjusting it in time, but it's really a distance that you're measuring, correcting for, that means it's speed dependent. So you have to measure the velocity of the plane and adjust that correction depending on how fast you're going. And so we already know the distance between the magnetic sensor and the GPS. We can measure that very accurately, and we also know how fast we're moving. So we don't need to calculate the correction. We know what it's going to be, but we need to demonstrate that the correction works properly, and that's what the lag test does. Radar altimeter test, that's just to prove that the altimeters are nice and linear and calculating height above the ground correctly, comparing them using GPS and distance above ground to do that. And then we have to do various spectrometer corrections. We have to calculate how the different radiations from the different elements interact with each other. Particular elements of higher energy will also generate radiation at lower energy too. As it interacts with matter, it scatters and generates multiple radiations at lower energies, called Compton scattering. So thorium, which is our strongest energy that we measure, will also contribute into where the energies for potassium and uranium are at lower energies because of this scattering effect. We can calibrate that by using controlled sources, these concrete chunks, which we're going to look at, that we put under the airplane, which are dosed with radiation. We also have to account for cosmic radiation. There's interactions through cosmic rays in the upper atmosphere that generates radiation that comes from above. And this is very high energy radiation, which means it's easy to monitor because only anything above 3000 keV is going to be a cosmic radiation. You know that, unless you're flying right over a nuclear power plant, and then you might find something like that. But because it can scatter down in the same way as the other energies, it can interact with matter and in the atmosphere and generate lower energies, and it'll turn up in the other energies that you're interested in, so you have to be able to correct for that. And so we do that with a test at high altitude, which we'll talk about in a second. And the background calibration is just the radiation of the aircraft itself. We also have to account for the fact that radiation, as I mentioned earlier, gets weaker as you go higher. That's because the radiation coming from the ground is being absorbed in the air, and gradually the signal gets weaker, more noisy, and eventually not usable. But over a reasonable range of altitudes above the ground, ending up to potentially up to 450 meters if it's strong enough, but it's not always strong enough for that. Usually at least 300 or more, a bit more. You can correct for the data the fact that it has been made weaker. It's noisier, but you can still correct it and bring it to the right level as if you had been flying at 80 meters. And then we're going to relate those fully corrected data to radiation that was measured on the ground. So when we do a test for the attenuation to find out how things are changing with height, someone goes along on the ground, I think it was a GSI people that did this when we did these calibrations, and measures with a handheld gamma ray spectrometer. And so you know what, and that's already pre-calibrated to tell you what the concentration of that element is. So we get concentrations of uranium, potassium, and thorium measured on the ground at the same time as we're flying in the air above. You can relate the two, and then you can correct your airborne data to a concentration in that way. And I should mention for all the mag tests, we have to do it for all three sensors, but you can do them all simultaneously. That's what a correction for compensation looks like. So you can see this is standard test you fly in each of the 4 directions you intend to fly. So in this case, we've got traverse lines going north-south, from southwest to northeast, and the control lines are perpendicular to that. So 4 different directions, and then in each direction you fly pitching up and down, rolling where the wings go from side to side, and yaw where you kind of like just rotate around a vertical axis. So you're basically rotating the plane around 3 perpendicular axes, one after the other, to mimic the kinds of range of maneuvering that you expect to see on flight. This does 2 things for you. You use we have actually got a fluxgate magnetometer, which is sensitive to direction of the field. It's 3 orthogonally measured directional vector magnetic values. And you can relate those to the changes in the intensity and come up with coefficients to calculate and correct the data. So obtaining that data is one way of doing these maneuvers is one way of getting those coefficients. And then you apply those coefficients to the data, and it goes from the blue, which is the sort of, you can see almost a range of over a nanotesla in places, depending on the maneuver, to the red, which is the corrected data, using the coefficients that were calculated from those maneuvers. To do this, you have to fly high, because you don't want changes like going up and down like that, which are due to the geology as you're flying along. So we go at around 8 to 10,000 feet above the ground to eliminate the changes due to the field close to the surface. So you've only got very long, gentle changes, which you can relatively easily filter out and just keep the high frequency, rapidly changing data and analyze that. And then what you can do is, once you've corrected these maneuvers up and down to these little tiny ones, you can take each of these ones, there's like a total of 12 maneuvers, pitch, roll, yaw, pitch, roll, yaw, pitch, roll, yaw, pitch, roll, yaw, for each of the 4 different directions. You take the highest distance from one peak to the next, you add them all up, and that gives you something which is known as the figure of merit, which is kind of an overall measurement of how good your plane is doing in terms of correcting for the maneuvers. And this is what you see here, the 4 different directions, the different pitches and rolls and yaws, how much peak-to-peak value they were measured for each of the 3 magnetometers, and you add them all up. And this is a particularly good one. You usually get less than 1.5 for the tail, and certainly even that for the wingtips. The wingtips tend to be noisier. Usually you can get below 1 for the tail, and less, but you allow a little bit more for the wingtips if you think you're maneuvering. When you're playing around with the roll in particular, there's a lot of maneuvering going on there, so you have to be a little bit more generous. That's an addition. That's adding up all of these 12 maneuvers. So you would say you'd have to divide that by 12, and that's just the sort of peak-to-peak range.
Feet, whereas our flight height should have been 260 about something, 80 meter, about 260 feet. But many places it is 500 and above. 1,000.
Yes, there's some places like that, yes.
These lines where the flight height is 500 or 1,000 is plotted on any map.
That data is available with all of the located data. So you know the altitude, and we make maps and grids of the clearance.
That type of map is required for
yes,
size interpretation.
Exactly.
And my another question is, you have brought all the data to 80 meters.
We correct the gamma ray data to 80 meters.
So you have brought all the data to the 80 meter level?
Not the magnetic data.
Magnetic data.
The magnetic data is corrected to the draped surface. So that was the surface I showed earlier, which is...
So when the flight height is 1,000 feet, you have brought down it to 80 meter.
Only the gamma ray data, yes, but not the magnetic data.
Not the magnetic
No, because what you're doing there is you're doing something called downward continuation, where you're starting to amplify the signal based off of what you've measured, but it's a kind of an unstable operation. You can do it. It's more of an interpretation process. You have to accept that, when you fly fixed-wing airplanes, you can't fly at 80 meters above the ground. If you want to do that, you need a helicopter, and that costs you a lot more. So there is a compromise in the magnetic data where you have to fly higher. You do lose amplitude to the signal and some detail. There's not a lot of that in this project, I have to say. I've been in projects where it's way more high altitude here.
I think we need a map where the flight height is more than the normal.
Yes, yeah. So we have the drape surface that I showed earlier is actually the height, essentially the height of observation of the magnetic data. And then you can keep that in mind. And if you subtract that from the terrain, we have this predicted clearance, which was the third grid I showed earlier. That tells you the distance above the ground. And when we're interpreting the data, we look at that to know and understand the impact of that on the data we're looking at.
That noise, 1 nanotesla or 1.5 nanotesla, it is not at all very much significant on this data because our anomaly is 400 plus.
Yes, sure, places. And it's actually a lot. The noise level is actually 0.1.
Is this the maximum noise?
This is a figure of merit. It's not a noise value. It's a measurement of cumulative noise to judge the compensation.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll talk compensations. Yeah. Okay, heading test, flying in different directions. So you fly to a single point and compare. So where you cross the other line, you can compare what you got flowing in the two different directions, and we should get something less than 2 nanoteslas, which is easy to correct when we do the airborne corrections and the leveling for other effects, which are much bigger. Yeah, I'll just skip on. That was just a calculation of the heading. Here's the lag. So we're flying in 2 different directions, and basically the anomalies are a little unfocused, not quite in the same location before the correction is applied within the dotted line, and then when afterwards they line up in position correctly, just to demonstrate that we're correctly lagging the data for the offset and the GPS antenna and the survey and the magnetometers. Here's the altimeter test, checking that they're linear, that they're changing. The king, which is not usually used as a secondary one, as a backup, tends to be less linear. So we can apply corrections to it to make it better, but it's generally not as good an instrument. The main radar and the laser usually come out very much the slope of 1 and a small offset. This is measured by using GPS and calculate, and the GPS height of the runway. You're flying backwards and forwards across the runway. And you can also do it over bodies of water as well if you need to, over a lake. You have to know the height of the water to do that. These are the pads that we use for correcting for the stripping. This is just an example. These concrete pads, potassium, radium, thorium dosed concrete, each one, and then a background. You stick them in and out underneath the airplane, and you can measure how they contribute to the different areas of the spectrum and correct and back off for those effects. This is a cosmic test, talking about correcting for the altitude. So what we do is we fly very high again to eliminate radiation from the ground, and then fly at different heights. And the radiation from the cosmic radiation increases as you go higher, and you can relate how much measurement you're getting in the cosmic count, which is in this high energy area, to each of the different areas of the radio elements that you're interested in, and establish a correction for the cosmic. And then if you regress it down to 0, effectively it should give you an estimate of what is the constant radiation contribution from the aircraft, which is present all the time, and you can correct for that. And this is the altimeter for correcting for height above ground. We're flying backwards and forwards over a line at different heights, and you see the change in the radiation depending on the altitude. The effective height here from the lowest effective height is actually here, and the highest is here, and the radiation drops down in this exponential fashion. You can calculate an exponential correction and correct for that so as you flatten out the data and adjust for the survey height above the ground. To do this, so here's something a little different. We've been in this particular project. So often when we're flying surveys for radiation purposes, you use a detector which is a crystal which is sat on top of the other crystals, and it's effectively shielded from radiation from the ground. And the idea is that it will see just radiation above and around in the upper hemisphere above the plane. That's going to be due to two things. It's going to be due to cosmic, which you can correct for by doing the cosmic test, and the rest of it would be radon, because radon is the biggest problem with gamma ray surveying. It's a gas. It's part of the uranium decay series, and it's because it moves, because the gas is mobile, it can turn up and be present where you're flying, where the original uranium source isn't actually where you are. So it's indistinguishable in terms of its energy levels in the main uranium peak. Back. There we go. Oh, too many. I got a point in the right direction. Yeah, so here's the uranium peak here, and you're going to get, it's going to look the same. And a lot of the time, the energy is the same area, so you don't know whether it's radon or uranium. This is the whole uranium spectrum with the potassium and thorium and anything else removed, so you can see the peaks related to just uranium only. And there's this guy here. It looks nice and strong when all the other radiation is removed, but it's actually very small when you superimpose it on the main spectrum with all the other radiation present. But this particular peak, you could measure it, and because radon is close to you, it doesn't attenuate much. You're flying through the air, the gas is around you, so the attenuation, the change in the peak height isn't very much if it's coming from radon. If it's coming from the ground, then it changes because it's attenuating and being absorbed in the air. But this one will attenuate and be absorbed much quicker than this one because it's lower energy. And you can use that fact to calculate coefficients which allow you to, by monitoring this peak, correct for the radon in the survey data. So you don't, when you use this so-called lower uranium peak method, you don't need to have this extra detector on top to measure radon in the air above you. You can do it purely based on the data. Saves you some weight because every crystal weighs quite a bit. So you can less crystals on board, and that means you can fly a little lower or put a bit more fuel on and fly a little longer. So typically, to calibrate radon, you need to eliminate all other kinds of radiation and just see the radon only to establish these sorts of radiations. And to do that, typically what you do is you fly over water, preferably fresh water, because seawater actually has radiation associated with it, has potassium in it. But you need a fairly decent sized body of fresh water to do that, and you have to go back to it frequently because you can't control how much radon you have. Unlike the other tests where you can adjust how high you are above the ground or close to the cosmic radiation by flying at different altitudes or putting a pad and putting controlled sources beneath the aircraft. You can't do that for radon. Radon does its own thing. So what you have to do is you have to go back many times to wherever you're measuring and hope that the radon changes enough that you can establish the relationships you need. You don't always have a good body of water, you needed something at least 1 kilometer, preferably more wide, and maybe 10 kilometers long, and you can go there frequently, and it'd be convenient to do that. Sometimes you have that, sometimes you don't. But you can also do it using a landline, where you're just flying along a test line that you establish close to your base of operations, and you go back and forward frequently on that and measure the radiation. And what you can do is you can use thorium, this is thorium measurements on a test line, to determine that the ground conditions are not changing. So you've got the thorium measurements with their aero bars on them there. So basically, throughout this period of time, this is measurements over many days, the thorium is not really changing at all. That means the ground conditions are not changing. So, and thorium doesn't care about radon. Radon is a lower energy, so it doesn't impact onto the thorium. It only scatters down into the other, it's in the uranium window, and it scatters into the potassium, and also contributes to the overall total count radiation. So this is a good way of monitoring that everything is normal and stable where you're flying your test line. And then when you look at another element, particularly uranium, you see it changes a lot. So what's happening is that there's some days there's radon, and other days there's not. And so the uranium, the apparent uranium is going up and down. And so what you need to know is, okay, where is more or less, what are the days when I think there's no radon? Because there's going to be some days, and if you fly long enough, you know those days are going to turn up. So you think, okay, down here, these are my radon-free days. Nothing, no radon, no, not much of it anyway. These days are my radon high days. So the difference between the red line and each of these measurements gives you how much radon is present on each day. And you can use that information to calibrate the system. So here's one of the calibration coefficients. We're just literally measuring the lower and the upper windows, those two peaks. The uranium window is the standard window that we look at for all the time for uranium. The lower window is actually measured. I mentioned, if you think back, I actually drew a red line underneath that peak. And that's because we measured just the radiation above that bottom where the peak sits on that curve. The reason being that that curve is the radiation that's being scattered down from higher energies. And so we're able to estimate and correct for that scatter into the lower uranium peak by measuring beneath what we call above the continuum. And then you can establish this relationship, and that gives you your coefficient that you're going to use in the formula. Yeah, and when we look at these radiation, these coefficients, the two that are most important are there's the one we just established, which is the uranium peaks, but also there's contributions from thorium into the lower uranium peak as well. It scatters down, and also uranium itself scatters into the lower uranium peak as well. So you have to be able to establish those. We get that data from that same test, monitoring those different windows, different energies. And then you have to figure out how they change with height. And we've changed the process a little bit. It used to be the combination that we would estimate that it would change in a linear fashion, but these are two exponentially changing peaks. You're comparing the lower energy peak and one of the higher ones are both exponential changes. And the rate of change is also exponential. And this is hard to measure directly, but we estimate it because we know how radiation tends to drop off. And so we have a range of values that we expect it to be in. And then we can just adjust those during processing to find what works and what corrects the data correctly for different altitudes. And then we have to also yes, so we don't have to correct for thorium. Once we've got the uranium calculated, the radon that's turning up in the uranium because of radon, we can simply subtract that. And in those same tests, we can establish the relationship between that amount of radon in the uranium and how much of that will turn up into the total count and also into the potassium. And we can calculate and correct for all of that. Okay, so we're going to apply these coefficients to our data, and also we've got some mag processing to do as well. Oh, so here's the team in our office at GSI. We had a total of 8 geophysicists working at different times, working on the data processing and the interpretation at the same time. So everything is done here in India, which means I get to come to India, which is great, because I love it here. It's great. PPP. So we can do GPS processing by using differential GPS. We have our own antennas, and we do. This is where you're comparing the signal from the two antennas, and you can correct for errors in the GPS, in the constellation that's causing your position to change incorrectly. But there's also this method called precise positional data processing. We also do that. This doesn't require a base station at all. It actually relies on the fact that if you wait a couple of weeks, you can download something called a precise ephemeris. What a precise ephemeris is, it's information on where the satellites are in the sky. Very, very accurate, because when you first receive a GPS signal, you get the constellation. It comes with the data that's transmitted to you in the airplane from all of the satellites, always beaming that information to you. It's called a broadcast ephemeris. But it's got certain inaccuracies in it. The people that run the GPS system gather data over a period of time from all of the cross-referencing, all the different antenna satellites with each other that are up in the sky, and they can calculate and redetermine the positions of those satellites more accurately. There's another update after a day, which isn't too bad. But 2 weeks later, you're going to get this thing called precise ephemeris. You can download that. You can process that data with that ephemeris, and it gives you an equivalent accuracy of doing DGPS. So we compare the two to make sure that they agree. And sometimes we use one, sometimes we use the other, sometimes we use a combination. In this particular case, we went down the path of using PPP the whole time. And that gives us a good, less than plus or minus 25 centimeters in all directions. It's a pretty reasonable estimate for the accuracy that gives. So we're going to combine that with our altimeters. So we've got, keep in mind how the altimeters are a little different. The radar sort of sends out a cone of signals and it reflects back. So the closest thing within the radar footprint is going to tell you is what you're going to see. So for example, if you're flying along next to a cliff and the airplane is actually touching, the cone is actually touching the cliff, it'll make like the ground seem a bit closer to you than it really is. And so that happens when you're flying up and down hills as well. So it's not the ground immediately below you, it's whatever's closest to you within the area beneath the plane, where the plane is within that sort of footprint of the radar. The laser, on the other hand, is like a pencil. It's like this thing, point, it's one beam. So it's pointing straight down the belly of the airplane. So it's measuring very precisely the distance from the belly of the airplane to the ground and back again. But that's sensitive to the motion of the plane. If the plane is tilting, rotating, and moving, it's going to point off to the sides, and it's going to measure a distance that's further away. So there are issues with both. They're both accurate, but they have to keep in mind that those effects are in play. When we're dealing with altimeters as well, the nature of the ground will impact how the data returns to you. Some things are highly reflective and work nicely to give you an accurate position. Other things sort of absorb radiation, both radar and or laser at different times. Sometimes the laser will not scatter back at all. So you get little gaps in your data pretty frequently. Bodies of water can reflect quite nicely, but it depends on how wavy the day is, if it's a windy day. Unconsolidated ground tends to absorb you tend to measure into the ground. So sometimes if you go fly over a lake and it's got sandy beaches, the beaches look like they're further away than the water. They actually get like dips in the ground on either side of the water because of this effect. So you have all these sorts of things going on, which you have to be aware of. And the laser is really good at getting up and down between trees because it's this pointing, very narrow beam. As you're flying over forested areas, it sees the ground in between trees. If it was a completely solid canopy, it might not, but frequently it can. Whereas the radar will tend to track the top of the trees because it's finding the nearest thing it can reflect from within its entire cone. And that's almost going to be the top of a tree, not going to be the ground. So you can use the laser that way to actually calculate and, as you see, remove the effects of the trees. We may have to, in our data processing, we might have to recalibrate the data based off of the radar altimeter test if it wasn't a nice straight line with a slope of 1 and an intercept close to 0. Usually it is. So for the most part, you don't have to do that. That's both true for the laser and the radar. We have to smooth it out. There's an inherently noisiness to the radar data. We have been using a standard filter for many years, a 21-point filter to do that. If we actually happen to fly too high for the radar to measure, which I don't think happened in this particular project, we can still kind of estimate how high above the ground we are because we know our GPS position and we know the ground. And then you can just subtract one from the other. You can say, well, why don't we do that all the time? Well, actually, we kind of do that all the time, but we need to do this first in order to be able to prove to ourselves that our GPS is good in the first place. By subtracting the altimeters from the GPS, we will create, as we see, a terrain surface of the ground, and it should be artifact-free and clean and not have stripes related to different airplanes on different days, which might tell you that there's something. It could be either the altimeter that's a problem, or it could be the GPS that's a problem. You have to go and investigate and figure out which one it is and correct the right thing. So this is a lot to do with actually just verifying that your GPS is good. With the laser, as I mentioned, it kind of gets in between the trees, so you have all these spikes in your terrain which are actually trees. So what we use is an iterative asymmetric filter. We just basically filter the data, and if the spike of the tree sticks up above the filtered data, we cut it off. That sort of truncates it about halfway up. And then we do it again, and we do it again, and we do it again, and we only do it where the spike is upwards. If it's down, then it can't be a tree. So we're only removing spikes. Now, it's not going to tell the difference between a piece of ground that happens to be pretty spiky and a tree, so it's not perfect, but it does a pretty good job overall, because most trees are more discrete. If you start to get into areas of very dense canopy, it doesn't work quite so well, but overall it's remarkably good. This sort of shows you the effect. You've got on the left, you've got a terrain grid with a nice shadow on it to show you all of the issues with going on. And you can see all the speckledness, and that's trees. And there's a couple of little artifacts related to climbing and descending, where you're going up and over the hills, where we've had to do some correcting to the data here to get rid of that. But all of this noisy stuff, this is actually trees. And then we remove them here, and we get a nice clean terrain model. And then we can recalculate our height above that. So we know our GPS, we know our terrain now without the trees, and now we can calculate how high above we are above that. And that's going to be more useful in terms of correcting our gamma ray data, because the radiation is coming from the ground, it's not coming from the trees. So that's the distance we need to correct for, not the distance. It's not a big effect. Trees are, not usually huge, but it's worth doing. Anyway, we do. That's the terrain for the whole of the survey area that we calculated using our data. And we would compare that to the Copernicus 30 DEM, which is publicly available. And sometimes we find that we're better. We're frequently better than the shuttle terrain mission radar data that we used to use that had all sorts of weird swaths, artifacts to the way that was the space shuttle acquired the data. You can see actually there's these pits. These are the coal pits. So nice clean data. We're confident GPS is accurate. Terrain looks good. Altimeters are working. mag data. This is more for reference because I know you're all going to see that, get this presentation, and you can go back and look at this. I don't expect you to read all of that, but it'll be there. It'll be helpful when you look back on this presentation. So, first thing, we've got these base stations. We actually have a couple at each different place, just in case one breaks down, the other one is running, so that we can, and also if they're far enough apart, which they aren't always, I admit, but if they are, then they can give you some estimate of whether something is interference or not, because it can be tricky to tell the difference when you see an excursion in the magnetic field. Sometimes you think you might know it's a car going by or something, but it isn't always. But these base stations are relatively close to where we're operating in each location, so they provided very good monitoring of the magnetic field for correcting for those changes as we're flying. Yeah, so this is just the data being processed through various steps. So we're actually measuring at 11 hertz. It's kind of a weird number to pick, but what it does is it avoids being a harmonic of either 50 or 60 hertz. And those are the most common electrical interference that you're going to get. You get power line interference quite often. So by avoiding those harmonics, you can characterize the data, the interference. If you get any electrical interference, you can see it and capture it more accurately. And if you can capture it, then you can remove it and filter it. So a high rate, non-harmonic choice like that is going to help us to get our data clean and remove any electrical interference. We use a relatively long filter on it. The magnetic field, isn't changing that rapidly, so anything very high frequency noise is some sort of interference, get rid of that. And we calculate over a long period of time what the average magnetic field is that we're measuring at any given spot, because inevitably you put your base station in a place and there's a magnetic anomaly right there. So you're measuring that anomaly plus or minus whatever the magnetic field is measuring on that day, whether it be high or low relative to its average. So if you average long enough for a period of time, you can calculate that average and remove that from the measurement, because you don't want to subtract that from your airborne data. That's just a bias from the location you happen to have your base station. And of course, you've got multiple base stations with all having different biases with them, so they would all correct the data to different heights if you didn't, different levels if you didn't do that. So there's the data. You can see what it changes between each of these corrections. It doesn't change a whole lot in its character. And these little wiggles, this is a 10 nanotesla scale, it's a little unclear on here. These are called micropulsations. This is from sunspot activity, perturbations of the magnetosphere due to the cosmic radiation coming from the sun. It interferes with the magnetic field and it causes it to oscillate and change. So if you measure it accurately enough, you can correct for it, but also, it's low amplitude, and so you might just not be too concerned depending on how big the anomalies are that you're interested in. So for the airborne data, we're going to take our uncalibrated data. This is the data that hasn't been corrected for compensation. We actually measure at 160 hertz. We actually process at 10 hertz, but we measure at 160 for the same reason that we measure 11 for the ground. You measure at a much higher rate for airborne because the magnetic field can change a whole lot quicker when you're flying along the ground, over the ground, plus also interference and the like can be much higher frequency. You don't know what you're going to encounter. So if you do have interference, you can pre-correct the data at its highest rate. But then we downsample it to 10 hertz because you're not going to get magnetic variations along the line from the geology at a rate higher than that. Basically, you're going to get a measurement every 7 meters at the speed that we're flying. So this is without the compensation applied. This is all maneuver noise, you can see. And then when you apply the compensation, a lot of that goes away. And then we're left with a geological signal. But some of this is diurnal changes. So here the lag has also been applied. You don't really see it. It's just a tiny shift in time. And the heading, you could apply a heading correction, but usually we don't. We'll let the leveling handle any heading correction that might be there. This is the subtraction of the ground station, and you can see this higher frequency stuff isn't related to isn't being captured by the diurnal changes in the ground station at all. This is all geological change, but this shift is, and there's going to be a long wavelength change related to the base station. And then sometimes we correct the data for the IGRF. This is the predicted field in the area where we're flying. We will correct the data for IGRF eventually, but sometimes we correct it before leveling, which is what this is showing, but in this survey we corrected it after the leveling. The reason for that is if you correct it before, it actually helps to remove some of the difference between survey lines where they cross at different altitudes, because this predicted field from the Earth's magnetic, a model of the Earth's magnetic field, changes in height. So you can correct for that, and that means that you've already adjusted somewhat for differences in altitude where the control lines and the traverse lines crossed when we flew those perpendicular lines. It's a small advantage. Disadvantage is that once you do this, it's hard to update your model if you go and level the data afterwards, because it kind of becomes encrypted into the data. So if you really want to change your IGRF correction at some later date, you're better off doing it after leveling. And why would you want to do that? Well, if you're in a multi-survey block survey like we are in India, the magnetic model changes with time. It gets updated every now and then, and you would want to use the same model for all of your blocks. So, in a few years' time, a new model might come out, and you may want to update all of the surveys to the new IGRF model so they're all consistent with each other. And you wouldn't be able to do that as effectively. You can make an estimate of it if you did this before the leveling, but you wouldn't be able to do it as well. So generally, when we know we're flying a multi-block survey over many years or part of a program like that, we prefer to correct after the leveling for that reason. Okay, so here's the grid of the data. This is with this is just with the compensation applied. You wouldn't tell the difference if it was uncompensated, because at this scale, those maneuver noise doesn't really show up. But if you calculated filtered versions of this data, you would see quite a bit of high frequency interference still present on it. Lag correction, you hardly would notice that. Little shifts. If you get close to anomalies, you can see that maybe they're lining up a little better if you get close in and analyze for that to make sure that the lag is correctly applied. Then you apply the diurnal correction to take away the... You're going to move on? Yes, eventually. Yes, so now you can see the striping is reduced in the traverse lines. So we've removed quite a lot of the changes that were occurring whilst we're flying, but you can still see the traverse lines. That's because, as I mentioned before, we're measuring the magnetic field at one of our base stations, whether it be Chandrapur or Warangal or Nagarjunasagar, but we're flying here. So you're using this to correct here or this to correct here. So, and they're not the same, because you can't have a base station everywhere you fly. You'd be running around beneath the airplane. It's not possible to do that. It's moving with you. So that just shows you that there is some degree of variation in the diurnal magnetic field across the survey area, which you always have. And that's why we flew the control lines, these guys that go in this direction, which are going to help you to correct for that. So we do this, and try to keep the equations down a lot in this, but we do this easy little sum here. The idea of this is the idea that we move our control lines up and down by calculating the difference between the control lines and all the traverse lines they cross, and you calculate the difference between the average along any traverse line and all of the corrections, all the differences from it. Then you add them up all along a control line and shift it by that amount. and then you recalculate the average along every traverse line, you calculate the differences from them again, you add them up along a control line, and you shift the control line again. And what that happens is the control lines will joggle up and down until they actually basically stop moving. And that brings them all into a statistically consistent level with all of the traverse lines, such that the difference between the control lines and on average from the average correction that they're going to apply to the traverse lines has been minimized, so that they're all sort of they are matching as close as can be done using first order shifts of the control lines. Because the control lines themselves have diurnal changes on them too. You've corrected using your base station, but it's not perfect. So shifting up and down is taking care of that long wavelength change that is still present in the control lines. If the control lines are quite long, then a single shift might not be enough, and you might need to let the control line change and kink along its length by changing it locally to shift parts of the control line to minimize that same function, but over lengths of distance of each control line. And that's typically needed. We call that thing short fix. That's just SGL speak for that process. And we have to look and analyze that quite carefully when we're doing our data, because what we look at is correction profiles. So these are profiles of diurnal corrections provided by the leveling along traverse lines. So each of these are the traverse lines, and you can see these going up and down. And you can see what happens is sometimes you can see how the corrections from one line to the next over quite long distances can appear to be in the same direction. And that can be one of two things, really. It can mean that every time you happen to fly along one traverse line, there was a diurnal event that required a positive correction in that direction, and then a negative there, and then a positive, and it happened to be exactly the same along every line. But these lines are flown hours, days, weeks apart. What's the odds of that? Okay, we're getting the lunchtime sign. I'll get through this quickly. Yeah, so why would you, it's not likely. So what it really means is the control line is still too high or too low in parts of the line. So you have to adjust locally the control lines. This here, that's after that's been done. We can make it a certain number of intersections long to allow the control line to change as it goes along its length. And then we can go really, really short. And things look great here if you do that. But what happens when you go too short and you let the control line go up and down too much up and down is you end up with control lines that start to match each other. Yeah, so here's the same thing. Here with no short fix, everything's just, these are the control profiles of the control lines. They're all just shifts. But we know that's not good because of the patterns we see in the traverse lines. Here's one in the middle, kind of random looking. That's fine. And now we're starting to get like distortions and correlations in the control lines because we're over-correcting them towards the traverse lines. So we look for balance, and it may be that we have to use different thresholds on different days because the magnetic field may be more active on some days than on others. So we do all that analysis and work on getting our data leveled properly. And this is the grunt work of mag surveying, processing. But when you do it right, you get that. So nicely leveled magnetic field. That's the kind of thing that makes me happy. That's a great thing to go away and leave and have lunch whilst leaving that up on the screen. And we'll finish off the processing and get into the interp. I'll whack through the processing as quick as I can, because I know you want to talk about the interpretation. That's going to be the fun stuff. Okay. Yes? Good? Okay, thanks. Enjoy your lunch, everybody, and I'll see you, what time we can reconvening? 2? 2. Okay, 2 o'clock sharp. Cheers.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank you all for the lovely audience who listened Martin Bates so much far, very better. So now it's time for lunch, and we reassemble 2 o'clock sharply. Okay. So please enjoy the lunch, which is arranged outside. Those participants who are joined on VC, they also go for lunch and come back 2 o'clock sharply for the interpretation part. Thank you so much.
Don't get me wrong. You know I like to be completely honest with you. So I'm just gonna be honest. Sex is good, but have you ever had a donut? A warm donut? that kind of doing. Dude, like, if you know, you know. Yeah. All right. All right, man. I get it. The donut thing, yeah, whatever, you know. But you gotta give me this one, man. Sex is good, but have you ever found a $20 bill on the street? No, a 20, a 50, a 100, doesn't matter. Just free money on the street. Or have you found money like in one of your jackets? Same thing. I'm just saying. You know, sex is good. I'm not gonna lie, but you know, have you ever? Have you ever?
Hello. We request everyone who are outside kindly finish your lunch as early as possible and get back by 2 p.m. I am requesting everyone who are outside of the hall may kindly please finish your lunch as soon as possible and get back in the hall by 2 p.m. We are already delayed. We have our presentation, and after the presentation, we have our technical session, question answer session for the technical session. I request everyone who are outside may kindly come back in the hall. We will continue the presentation by Dr. Martin. We are about to start our presentation. I request everyone who are outside may kindly reassemble in the hall. I request volunteers to take care of this. By sharp 2 p.m. we are about to start the presentation. I am requesting everyone may kindly reassemble in the hall so that we can continue our presentation. रमेश सर एक बार 5 minutes more. Okay sir. I request everyone who are outside may kindly reassemble in the hall so that we can proceed. I request everyone who are outside may kindly get back and reassemble in the hall so that we are about to proceed our presentation. Sir, before you start, actually, I have one announcement. Those who have the questions, queries, they can put in the chat box who are attending in virtual mode, or they can, who are physically attending here, they can keep it. Who are attending here, they have question answer. They should not interrupt you, and they can put it at the end. So we have our technical session too. आशीष हमारे डिग्निटरीज रमेश सर सर को बोलो। Now we will continue with our presentation. Those who are present outside, I am requesting once again, please come inside, reassemble. Those who are present outside, I am requesting everyone, please come inside so that we can start our presentation. I request everyone who are here as well as who are attending this workshop on virtual mode, please may kindly put your queries in the chat box, and those who are present here may kindly make your queries in the as note, and at the end of the session we have our technical session. So in that we will discuss all these queries. I'm requesting please kindly do not interrupt our presenter. So at the end of the session, we will have the question and answer session. There we can have discussions. We can wait for a minute for our dignitaries. Will it start? Our presenter is waiting. Please come inside, reassemble in the hall. Now we are about to continue our presentation. Now I request Dr. Martin to continue his presentation. Sir, please.
Okay, thanks. All right, you can all hear me again. So you get me for another hour or so. Yeah, let's keep going. So we just got to the point where we've got leveled mag, and I've got to find my little machine for making them the screen advance. What did I do with it? Put it in my pocket. Now I can't find it. There we go. Right, now I'm tooled up. Right, so leveled mag, looking good. Sometimes we still get residual leveling issues hanging in there. You can't necessarily see them in the data we just looked at, but when you run special filters to look at and isolate the high frequencies and small features in the data, you can still see them. When we use this commonly used method called micro-leveling, where you analyze for artifacts which are parallel to survey lines and look artificial. The problem with this is you sometimes can capture real signal that happens to fall in a similar range, so you try to avoid that either by applying it where you only see you need it and or limiting how strong the correction is so that if you do remove some signal, you don't remove too much of it. So that's the idea here. You've got some problems, but this is okay data. You got a few problems here, little streaks here, this east-west lines. This is actually okay data, but it's still got a sense of along the line because data gets aliased. It tends to have a segmented look along survey lines because the traverse lines don't capture all of the data that's available. So here we have it being overcorrected, and here we have it properly. If you limit the correction, then you don't do as much damage. So we do a bit of micro-leveling, but we try to avoid it and minimize it as much as possible. So this is our total magnetic intensity. That means it hasn't had the model of the Earth removed. It hasn't had the IGRF, which is the predicted magnetic field based off a model of the Earth's magnetic sources. The main source, the main dipolar and quadrupolar sources that generate the magnetic field. And you can see the values are typical for this latitude of 43,000 nanoteslas or so. Here's just a quick map of a previous, earlier a few years ago now, but the whole thing has been updated, and there's every 5 or so years a new model comes out, and then you use the prediction of it into the future until the next model comes out, and it's getting more and more accurate as more and more data is acquired, and you can subtract that from your observed data. And you get yourself, this is the IGRF corrected. So this is just the anomalous magnetic field. Now we're down into, there's some strong anomalies, some big thousands or things in here, but the majority are falling into the hundreds now, plus or minus. These are the anomalies that are being generated by the superficial, the geology in the crust and the things that are of interest to us in terms of mapping geology and finding anomalies and economic bodies and the like. But we also have magnetic gradient data, so I won't dwell on that. We can look at that at your leisure later on. This is lateral gradient data, measured wingtip to wingtip, and it looks kind of brutal at this stage, and that's because magnetometers aren't the same. They don't measure the field the same, so there's inherent biases in all of this data. And also, when you turn around and fly up and down lines, you're flying and measuring in the opposite directions. So you've got directionality, you've got bias, you've got multiple planes with different levels of bias involved in them. But that doesn't, we're going to be able to get around all of that, okay? So that's the wingtip to wingtip. We're also measuring longitudinal along the length of the plane. As we'll see in a minute, this basically, we're measuring the difference between the average of the two wingtips and the tail. and that's telling you a measurement along the length. And then you can combine that, as we'll see later on. So these values are very small. They were actually too small for the scale bar on this map that went to 0. So these are very small values, these gradients, so quite sensitive to needing to be corrected. Here's the array. So here's the lateral wingtip to wingtip. And then we take the average of the two and assign it a value here. We can take the difference between that one and the one at the back. And that will give you a value, a longitudinal value, which is actually here. So we're measuring a longitudinal value here in the middle of the plane and a lateral one there. But then we're going to ultimately correct that using lag in the same way that we did the tail to the GPS. We can do the GPS to these two different gradients as well, and get the gradients measured at the same location so that everything can work together. We have to compensate for maneuvers as before. We have to do the dynamic lag for taking into account the velocity. The lag for the lateral is almost nothing because basically it's in line with the antenna and we're just correcting in the direction of flight. So very, very tiny lag on the lateral, and the longitudinal is basically halfway down the fuselage to the antenna. We normalize for direction of flight, meaning we flip the gradients flown in one direction and keep them in the other. And then we also correct for orientation because the plane will frequently be slightly crabbing. The plane doesn't always go the direction it's pointing. And that's because it's flying through moving air. And as the air moves, the plane, to stay on line, actually has to sort of fly at an angle with its nose pointing at an angle to the survey line. So part of the longitudinal gradient is actually being measured by the cross wings, and part of the lateral is the other way around. So you can just do a bit of basic trigonometry and assign the right bits of the gradients to the measurement along the survey line and across the survey line, which is ultimately what we really want. So this is the data that's been corrected for all of those things. It still has some streakiness to it, subtle, but it's there. We're going to correct that through a process of leveling, but it's not like mag leveling that we just discussed with control lines. It doesn't use control lines at all. Here's the longitudinal. Again, you can see it's starting to look reasonable now. It didn't look like it did before, but you still have some artifacts to correct. So what we do here is we take into account the fact that the magnetic data that we recorded in the survey with a single magnetometer samples the data very well at 4 times the line spacing or longer. Basically, any anomaly that's 4 times 300, which is 1,200 meters in this case, is going to be captured completely by lines flown at 300 meters. But ones that are shorter are not. So we can basically combine the smooth, long wavelength data from the single magnetometer data with the high frequency, very short wavelength data from the gradient. And you basically isolate them with filtering and add them together, and that takes care of a lot of those problems. So now we've got leveled lateral gradients. So we're measuring here, this is survey direction is this way, so this is the gradients in this direction. And here's the longitudinal, and then here we're calculating the gradients along the direction of the flight. And they're orthogonal to each other, 90 degrees. But we don't want that necessarily. What we want to do is we want to get to magnetic data, which is full value magnetic field. And we use a method here, there's a bit of a mathematics up there, but essentially you're messing with the data in the frequency domain. You break down the data into sine waves and cosine waves, which you can do in either the x direction or the y direction. And there's something called a Hilbert transform, which basically swaps the sines and the cosines for each other. It's effectively a phase shift of the data. And if you do that, you phase shift the data in the x and you phase shift the data in the y, you add them together, you actually get the vertical derivative. And we actually do this in a rotated frame because that's the frame that the software works in. It works in this direction, X and Y. So we have to put the data as if it was angled, that the lines are angled in that way to do this transformation. And so you get a vertical, and of course you can rotate that back. So it's in the right place. And then you need to, we've got a derivative, that means a rate of change in the vertical. If you integrate that, you get back to the magnetic field, and you get the enhanced magnetic field. Now, if anyone remembers their high school mathematics, when you do integration, there's always that C, that annoying unknown constant at the end. Well, it's kind of like that here too. We'll be missing the very, very longest wavelength data. It's been enhanced in the short wavelength. It has lots of the medium wavelength. The very longest is not there. But that's relatively easy to recover because it exists in the original single magnetometer data. That one has the long wavelength, but not the short wavelength. They have all the intermediate medium wavelengths in common. So all you have to do is pick a middle point between the long and the short, filter there, get the long wavelengths from the single magnetometer, the short from the gradient enhanced, and you recover the long wavelength too. Why do we bother with all of this? Well, here's the close-up. This is actually of some dike structures in the northeast of the survey. And the regular survey, it becomes, you're sampling across it, so you're getting lots of data, but every time you cross, you're going to get a little bit of data, and you have to interpolate in between. And it looks a little bit like it's what we call aliased. It means it's not completely getting all of the data. It's having to interpolate, and it doesn't do that perfectly. It does a good job. You can obviously see the structures and everything. But when you do the enhancement method, you can see how much more clean the whole thing is, the continuity, better interpolation. So the gradients have worked together to give you this much improved data set that you would not have got if you didn't do the gradients in the first place. Okay, gamma rays. So, I know you want to get to the interpretation, so whack through this. We do something called noise-adjusted singular value decomposition. This is where you break down the data. Every data is a spectrum. Here's an average-looking spectrum up here. If single spectrum is like very, very noisy, each channel is up and down a lot. But if you average over a long time, it's going to look something like this. Here's thorium, uranium is here, potassium. There are other peaks as well, but these are the ones that we monitor. So if you take an average spectrum for the whole survey and you basically divide all of your observed spectrum by that, you normalize for the count rate, because the count rate's always higher in the lower channels. This is because of the scattering effect from high energy to low energy that causes this huge increase. This is all scattered data from these higher peaks. And if you were to try to analyze the data without doing that, what you find is you're trying to find the principal components, the things that change from spectrum to spectrum that model the data. And what happens is it would all be basically single channels, because the higher the count rate, the more variation there is on it. It's basically a function of the nature of gamma ray radiation. It's basically the square root of the count rate. So you have to normalize for counts first, and then you can look for the principal components in all of your gamma ray data. And the first component, the thing that changes from one spectrum to the next, is always the average. It doesn't matter that it's upside down. In this case, in mathematical world, you just got negative concentrations of it. So it doesn't matter if it's upside down or positive. It's basically saying that the thing that changes the most from one measurement to the next is that the average increases more or less. And that's pretty much what you'd expect. And then the next one is saying, okay, the next thing that changes the most often and frequently in my data is that I have positive thorium and uranium, but it's anti-correlated to potassium. And that's pretty common too, because thorium and uranium often do come along together in similar rocks, and potassium often doesn't. So to be able to model more potassium, you could have a negative version of this, or you could have, and it'd be opposite to the potassium for the uranium and thorium, or you could have more thorium and uranium and less potassium by having more or less of this component, and so on into other relationships so that you can remodel and recompose all of the signal data. Eventually, you get something that looks like this as you go through the components. You actually have as many as you have channels, so we have over 2,000 of them. But usually you only need like 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10. Then they become like random. So you're no longer seeing correlation channel to channel. It's basically just noise. So having broken down your data into all of these spectra, and you know how much of each one you have in each individual observation, you throw these noise ones away, reconstruct all your anomalies, and you get a cleaner signal. So that's all done on full spectrum. But then we want to break it down and look into just the count rates within these standard windows. This area here, this is a peak where the thorium is. It's actually all this energy. It should all be there, but the spectrometer isn't smart enough to get it right the whole time. It gets it a bit, sometimes it thinks it's higher, sometimes it thinks it's a bit lower. So we define a space on either side, and the majority of the thorium is going to fall into there and scatter down as well. Most of the uranium is going to fall in here. That's where it should be. It'll get some here on either side, but most of it will fall inside that window and scatter down, and potassium too. And there's a few other peaks, and of course there's our lower peak here, which we used for the radon. We have to calculate something called effective height. I mentioned that earlier. Just account for the fact that radiation passing through the air, it's not just how far it passes through the air, but how dense that air is. If it's denser, it's going to cause more reduction in the gamma ray count rate. So you normalize for a standard temperature and pressure. That's why we measure those values, and that's the little formula up there to do that. And that's the actual height that we correct for. So you might fly at 80 meters on one day, but you still have to, but your effective height might be 100 meters. So you have to correct for 100 meters, not 80. Just depends on the temperature and pressure. And it can be the other way around too. It can be lower. That way. Right, so this just quickly shows one example of what gamma ray data profile looks like as it gets corrected. We're looking at potassium here. I could have put uranium or thorium up. Potassium sort of shows everything that's going on. Here we have our effective height, this brown line, so we're up high here. So the count rates are quite low. So we start off with, here's the cosmic count. It's relatively constant, around a couple of hundred, usually 200, 300 counts, depending on how high you are. And here's our Z. So here's our GPS Z. We're actually flying pretty flat. So why is the effective height going up? Well, there's probably a valley that we can't go down into. So the effective height is not because we flew high, but because the ground went away from underneath us and we weren't able to go into that low area because of the flight issues. So we start off with, we can do a little bit of filtering if we want to. There's a height adaptive filter where we just do a very short filter for data that's flown 300, 400 meters above the ground, just to take out some of the noise that you get to try to increase the height at which the data can be recovered. Then after the cosmic and aircraft background are removed, it sort of drops down. We're removing that background so it goes down to this sort of purpley color. Then we strip it, we remove the uranium and thorium contributions that we calculated the coefficients using those concrete pads. And so we background corrected all the way down here. And then we apply the attenuation correction and get the yellow. So a lot of the time we're flying a little higher, so it's going down, sometimes it's going down, but other times we're flying high, flying low, other times we're flying high. When we fly high, we go up and we correct for it. It's always going to be a bit noisier because the data is less reliable. It's always the way it is. If it was thorium, it'd be the similar thing, except for the radon effect would be almost nothing, and the stripping effect would be almost nothing too, because there is a small reverse effect from the others up in the high, from low to high in energy, but that's very, very minor. Basically, the spectrometer just miscalculating the data. For uranium, you'd see something similar to this, except for the radon correction would be bigger, because radon is being measured right in the uranium window itself, so it always has the biggest effect. So here's our noise. This is our data before corrections, just noise reduced. It's got pits and holes. You see all those blue holes in it? This is where we're flying high, often over towns. We had to go up and over because of regulations, so we're higher there, so the count rates go down. Here we have, you can see uranium, and suddenly it looks very streaky, and that's because there's lots of radon. We haven't corrected for it yet. Radon is coming and going different times of day, on different days, and in different places too, even on the same day. Here's the thorium, doesn't see the radon at all, very clean. So we do our cosmic correction, we got that nice regression, we correct that, we can take out the radon using this big long formula, we can calculate how much radon is in the lower uranium, is in the lower uranium window, use that coefficient to calculate how much radon is in the higher, the stronger uranium window. Once we know that, we can smooth it out because we know uranium doesn't change that fast. Sorry, radon doesn't change quickly, unlike when you're flying, geology changes all the time as underneath you. When you're flying through a cloud of radon, it isn't suddenly changing. It's a gas. So there is noise on it because these are weak signals and there's stochastic data, gamma ray data is like that. So you can take out all of the statistical noise just by filtering it out. And then you've already got established the relationships from your calibration to correct the total count and the potassium for that amount of radon that's present that you've measured. So this is the total count now with all the background removed. Here's the potassium. There's the uranium. You can see a lot of that streaking is gone. It's not completely gone, but a lot of it has. Sometimes we have to do a few adjustments here and there for the radon, because the problem with all the radon methods is that radon is being a gas. It doesn't always just sit around the airplane it's not evenly spread through the sky like you are assuming. Sometimes it can be beneath you and not above you for upward detector method, or even for the lower uranium method. It's not next to you, it's actually sort of sitting in the valley because of a temperature inversion early in the morning or something like that. So you get bits of uncorrected radon which you have to go and manually adjust for, but they're usually pretty apparent, and you can do that. Yeah, there's the thorium, also looking good. Doesn't really change a whole lot from its original one because it's not affected that much, just the cosmic really is being pulled out. Yes, so there's the stripping after the background has been removed. We're now going to take out the effect of each individual element from the other one, and it's going to affect some more than others. The total count doesn't have to be stripped because it covers all of the radiation. So there's no stripping to apply for the total count. It's all of them all together. The potassium is going to have the thorium, the uranium, and the thorium removed out of it. It changes a bit, but the potassium is obviously often very strong. It's a strong peak, lots of radiation, very common. So it's usually not a huge change. The uranium changes a whole lot, and that's because it's actually a very weak peak, and you're measuring a lot of thorium in the uranium. So when you pull out all that thorium, suddenly uranium looks like not as good, and you can see the residual radon effects that you didn't correct for completely. You're going to have to adjust for that. And the thorium really doesn't change because the effects of the uranium and the potassium on the thorium are very minor. It's sitting at the higher energy. It's more or less isolated, not completely, but pretty much. Then we want to convert these things into, did I also correct it for, oh yes, these are also corrected for attenuation. So you can see all those little pits of blue where we flew over the towns, they're all been corrected for. So now we're at the effective height of 80 meters as well. Then we're going to convert these things into concentration using the simple ratio that we measured on the test range, using the handheld to calculate the concentrations on the ground at the same time. And we can also calculate something called the air absorbed dose rate. These are using standard factors that account for the fact that you're measuring, as a person, you're going to receive radiation from not just the peaks that we measured, but the full spectrum. Potassium only really has one peak, but uranium and thorium have multiple peaks associated with them. They're all, not all of them, but a lot of them are generating gamma rays. And you want to, what is the total gamma ray energy associated with all of those radiations if you have a certain amount of potassium or thorium? And these are known factors. You can add them up and you get this dose rate, which is like how much gamma radiation, natural gamma radiation you're being exposed to in any one place. Then we noticed that there's some, particularly with the uranium, we may have done some corrections, but there's a little bit of, still some difference between adjacent lines. Some of this might be uncorrected background. It can also be that things might have changed whilst we're flying the survey. If you get rain or if it's wet and it becomes dry, the count rates change. This is because radiation is really just coming from the very surface of the Earth. But if it's wet, then more of it is absorbed, basically coming from like 10, 15 centimeters of the top surface. If that's wet, more of it gets absorbed before it gets out of the soil or whatever it is and radiates into the air. So you get variations in count rates just because conditions alter through the length of a survey. And these surveys, can take a couple of years to do, so this is going to happen. So we can use this simple method where we just correlate, do a little polynomial fitting along the line and across the line, and then correct based on the difference between the two. You can short filter, so it's just correcting locally to make line to line more consistent and remove some of those line artifacts that are still there. And then we get our final data. In this case, we stopped at 375 meters. We determined that that height, the data was becoming too noisy to be reliable. And so there's just a couple of gaps. You can see right here, there's some high topography here where we weren't able. This is actually that no-fly zone there, but this is the place where we've got a little bit too high. So we do have a small gaps in the gamma ray data, but not a lot. It gets a lot worse than this. Here's the potassium. This is done percentage relative to, there's actually in Vienna, they have these standards of rocks that they've analyzed exactly how much potassium, uranium, and thorium they have in each one, and they calculate the count rates associated with them. And then you can calibrate from those standards, and then you calibrate to something that's been calibrated from that standard, and it spreads around the world, and everybody's basically comparing to those Vienna standards that the International Atomic Energy Authority, or IAEA, hold in Vienna. So it's percentage relative to that. When we go to uranium, you can see now much cleaner with that DPF corrections adjusted, not streaky anymore. Now we're seeing lots of interesting detail and information. Parts per million, because in fact there's way less uranium. Potassium is very common, uranium a whole lot less. So it's expressed in parts per million, and same with the thorium. Here's the air absorbed dose rate. It looks a bit like the total count, but it's not exactly the same. It's related. Then we want to, for interpretation purposes, we want to combine these data sets in ways that can help us to understand the geology. Classic way to do this is with a ternary. This is where you assign a color based off of what percentage of potassium, uranium, or thorium you have relative to the others. And so the color tells you which is the overall dominant element or combination of elements, where colors combine. So yellow means thorium, blue, uranium, pink, potassium. And then the intensity of the color increases depending on how strong the radiation is. So I guess we'll see the ternary in just a minute. We also calculate these ratios. Why do we want to do that? And you might notice we're talking about EU and ETH as opposed to, when we talk about potassium, we just say K for potassium. The reason the E stands for equivalent, that's because we're not measuring a radiation directly from uranium or thorium. We're measuring one from somewhere in its decay series. There's a parent uranium or thorium at the top. There's a stable element, lead, at the bottom, but there's lots of radiations in between. And it's one of those that we're using to monitor. So it's not a direct measurement. That's why we talk about equivalent. Whereas potassium is one radiation, essentially. It's a bit more complicated than that, but not much. And so you're measuring it directly, so you don't call it equivalent. Ratios tell you, obviously you want to know thorium super high. That's going to be interesting. Uranium very high. Okay, that's also going to be good. But this is going to tell you, sometimes a lot of that variation might be because there's a bare rock, which is going to be radiating strongly, and then right next to it there might be an area covered with soil, which gives similar radiation, but not as strong. So some of the variation is going to be just because of the nature of the surface. If you do a ratio, then you can see one is relatively strong relative to the other. That tells you there's an increase between, there could be enrichment of uranium or depletion of thorium or both. And that is of interest. So you combine that with the straight measurements to figure out what's going on. Here's the uranium over the potassium. There's lots happening in here. And the thorium over the potassium. And then here's a ternary image based off of what the formula I just showed. And you can see areas of different character which wouldn't necessarily have stood out otherwise if you didn't do this. And these are all very clearly related to known geological structures. So the fact that the data is coming from the first few 10, 15 centimeters of the ground doesn't mean it's not reflecting the geology. It absolutely is. It might get moved around a bit, and sometimes it gets moved around a lot. So for example, these rivers, you can see this red line is a river. Basically, the rock in the sand in the riverbed is obviously coming from here. So it's being transported, and this is the Godavari River. Also here you can see it's all being transported, so it looks different from what's on either side, because its sediments are not from the rock below. And you get other areas like that locally within the whole thing. This is just a different version of the ternary. This is an RGB ternary. This one gets darker where it gets weak as opposed to paler. It's just a different approach. You can do all sorts of different fun with colors with these things, and they can show you different things and pull out different detail. So it's good to use different ternary methods and in order to, when you're analyzing the data. Right, hey, it's the interpretation. Let's get on with that. All right, so when we deal with magnetic field, we get basically get our data, but we do a lot of things to it to make it, to bring out highlight different elements of it. Transformations where we break down the data into sines and cosines and mess around with them in the frequency domain. And in this case, what we're doing is reprojecting the data as though the magnetic field was vertical. In India, and most of the world, you've got an inclined magnetic field. So for example, here you get a dipolar anomaly, a high and a low from the same body at depth. But if you reduce it to the pole, and if it works properly, it's easier to see this one, high-low here, you get a single anomaly. That's what you would see if the magnetic field was vertical. It doesn't always work, sometimes because you're assuming that the magnetic field is all being generated by this inclined magnetic field. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's actually basically measured, has something called remanence, where the magnetic field is either partially or dominantly frozen into the rock from some point in its previous history, often when it's formed or maybe deformed and metamorphosed. And it records a magnetic field at that time it occurs, and it's not the same as today's. So when you reproject as though it was from today, it doesn't make a nice single anomaly on top of the body. And so you can tell that remanence is a factor. And actually you can see these nice solid, these things which are related to dikes become negative completely, which is really odd. And that's all down to remanence in these linear dike features, which we'll talk about. But nonetheless, a good method. I just have to understand the shortcomings of it and what it may or may not mean. More derivatives. We can calculate the vertical derivative, how things are changing in the vertical direction. Enhances very shallow features in the magnetic field, rapidly changing things that are usually related to the surface. Deeper magnetic structures will not show as high rates of change, either in the vertical, so they tend to, it's highlighting those nearer surface things. Here we have horizontal derivatives, rate of change in both the x and the y directions added together to give you a total rate of change in the horizontal, and that's really good for looking at boundaries, edges of magnetic bodies, because the gradients tend to be high along the edges. We can also do various filtering techniques to break down the data into shorter wavelengths, which are shallow, and longer wavelengths, which are usually from the deep. So this is a spatial filter where we're just running a little 3x3 box filter across this whole thing, doing a little kind of removal of the high frequencies, gradually smoothing it out, and then you can subtract it from the original to retain the higher frequencies. So all these different things are thrown into our toolkit. We can do something called upward continuation. It's a sort of a similar thing, but now we're pretending we're flying high and calculating how the magnetic anomalies would change as you go higher. They attenuate. The shorter wavelengths attenuate fast. The longer wavelengths attenuate more slowly. So you can then, again, separate the shallower features, which tend to be coming from the higher frequencies, the shorter wavelengths, from the longer ones, and then subtract it from the original to get the residuals, to separate between the high and the deep and the shallow. So you can see there's deep stuff here, these are more shallow features here. And even in the basin, we're starting to see some structures and things that are coming out. We can also basically look at some how the frequencies change for the entire survey set, and you can look for this is basically characterizing the wavelength and frequency for the entire data. I won't go into how that's done, but if you do that, and you can see these sort of straight line segments in that they often represent a sort of a general depth. The depth is not particularly reliable, but the relative depth is. So these are, if we can isolate the frequencies in this range, is going to be from deep, here's sort of something intermediate. And this is basically stuff at a very shallow surface, almost like just cultural things. And here's so one is a band pass, it's that sort of intermediate one here. And you suddenly see, again, more detail of things going on inside the basin, which you wouldn't necessarily have seen. And here we're looking deep into the structure, and you see this in all of those various low pass filters, we're seeing this anomaly across here, which must have something to do with the fundamental suture between the cratons at depth. We can also do something using what we call tilt angle. It's not really an angle, hence in between inverted commas, but you can treat it. You can basically the ratio of the total horizontal and the vertical over total horizontal. And it has some nice properties. If you assume a very basic model of something at depth, there's a contrast in magnetic properties. So where that value, if you treat it as though it's a tangent of an angle, that ratio, and calculate that angle, it's going to be 0 right above that contact, and it's going to be 45 degrees plus or minus on either side by the equivalent of the depth. So half the distance between the two 45-degree lines gives you an approximate depth. It's a very simple analysis, but it's quick and easy to do, and it's, within its limitations, it's very handy. So we've done this here. I've just plotted up the plus or minus 5. If I put 0, you wouldn't even see them. They'd be too narrow. But you can see we're plotting around edges of magnetic variation, particularly seeing things in the basement where things are changing in the magnetism at some point below the surface. And as we'll see later, we can use and count the width of these 45s, plus or minus 45. This is what we're seeing here, with everything more or less than that is blanked out. So you can see we can calculate the depth here. Of course, you can do it here too, but this is all very, very shallow. So the 45-degree distances are tiny, basically telling you that this magnetic tilt is calculating everything. A lot of this anomaly is coming from very near the surface, but inside the basin, They're not. They're coming from deeper, which is what we'd expect. So, yeah, essentially, just one example, but we'll see you later on. We've done it for, there's a tool in Geosoft, which we don't use that tool a lot, but we did use it for this one to pull out all the depths for the whole area and plot them up. We also did something called Euler deconvolution. It's a pretty standard thing to do where you're trying to determine the depth of a magnetic source based on how it changes, how its gradients change in space. And you can model that based off of, depending on the type of structure that you're looking at. You have something called a structural index, which you plug into the equation. And if you get the correct structural index, you should get nice sources which are well focused. They become a bit more scattered if they're not the right choice. And then you run that and you get depth estimates to the magnetic source all around the whole survey area. And we run that for every index for the whole area. And sometimes you might be looking at a particular feature. For example, we see when we're looking at a dike, has a structural index of 1, and there are places where we know we've got a dike, or we know it as much as any geophysicist knows anything when they don't actually go and touch the rock. But some geologists have already been there and told us it was a dike, so that's good. Then you know it's got to be 1, so you can actually figure out the depth to the top of that thing using the correct index. If we're looking for kimberlites, as we will be, vertical pipe, we want to be focusing on the indices of 2 in the vicinity of the pipe, because that's the right kind of depth. It's going to give you the right depth estimate for that kind of geometry. So you can kind of go a bit backwards. If you think you know what the thing is, look for the right depth from the right index, or you can go the other way and see if the index can tell you what it is by seeing how well focused it is and if it seems to be doing the right modeling the anomaly properly. And you can do something very simple like this, where I took the index of 0. So that's good for contacts, which is most of the shallow stuff. And it's also good for low-throw faults, which is what we're getting mostly in here. And you can get a sort of rough depth to magnetic basement by gridding that with a biggish radius so that it picks up on all the sources and averages them out a bit. It's not the depth to the basement, because the source of the magnetism could be above the basement, or it could be within and lower within it. But sometimes it's going to be actually at the interface between sediment and rock if we're looking at the basement in the basin. So again, treat it for what it is, but it can be useful. We also did trend analysis to look at how the magnetic lineations are. We can see the big ones, but this picks up on the small ones. Just basically looks at how if it's elongated in a certain direction as opposed to the others, looking at horizontal gradients. And basically, if you plot these up, and you can filter the data using upward continuation, so that you're looking effectively increasing the depth that you're looking to. And what happens is the location of these will migrate a little bit in the direction down dip of a fault as you migrate, as you look deeper into the ground. So, for example, here you can just about see the red line is just to the southwest of the blue line. That means that the anomalies, the trend lines migrated towards the southwest with depth, which is what you'd expect for that fault. And you can see there are others like that. Other times they're right on top of each other, meaning it's basically vertical. So you can use this to analyze for the trends, because each one of these dots has an azimuth associated with it as well. You can usually guess what the azimuth is, because there's usually another dot just along the line from it. So I can tell you all the azimuths on these are all along here, but you can't actually see that on this plot. But you can analyze them and calculate them and put them all together in a chart. And so this isn't looking at the macro lineations, this is looking at the minor ones, small 100-meter type things. And you can see there's 3 trends here, but there's often a trend in this sort of general east, southeast, or west, northwest direction. There's ones also kind of like more or less parallel to the basin. you'll see here, here. That one's a bit messy, but that's where the Eastern Ghats get involved and screw everything up. And here's the things are different here as well. So at a micro level, they're not necessarily, you're thinking, oh, it's going to be like this because you see these big ones. But when you actually get into the detail, yeah, you do get that, but you're also getting something across there. So there's a story here. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but it's on a big scale. And we also do something where we calculate heating coefficients. So we're going to get to the detail, talk about this, but more later. But this is, it's basically trying to find pipe type anomalies, meaning a vertical, it actually doesn't have to be vertical, but effectively, a vertical pipe with it's going to have a certain anomaly associated with it, given the local magnetic field. And if you make some assumptions, you can move a window of this anomaly around and see, does it fit? Does it match what I'm seeing in any given part of my magnetic data? And you can make the size of the pipe bigger or smaller. It basically a radius of 100 meters or 200. I could have gone smaller, but the smaller you get, the more you get lots and lots of false positives. So I went for the slightly larger, and I got a decent number, and also you screen for the fit. So these are like 90% fit to the model. And as you can see, we're getting some groups and some patterns to these things which are of interest, which we'll get to. So does it mean it's a kimberlite? No, it might be. Does it even mean it's a pipe? Well, not for sure. It could be something else, but it's definitely generating a pipe-like anomaly, and that's what a kimberlite would give. So if you're predisposed to thinking that you might have kimberlites, then these are going to be places you're going to want to check out. Let's move it on. Okay, lots of numbers. This is just averages and rate and standard deviations of potassium, radium, thorium, and their ratios for each different areas within the survey area, because every area has its character, and you can see the character changes. So what's an anomaly? An anomaly is something that's different from what's around it, but depends on the nature of what's around it changes, so you need to have a sense of what that is to know, am I high or am I low relative to my environment? And there are definitely different characteristics to all of these different areas, which is quite clear as we saw earlier on the ternary map. We also have some gravity data, which was provided to us. We didn't measure this. This is ground gravity, known as the 1 milligal and the 5 milligal data sets. You can see there's a boundary here where the 1 ends. So you've got more detail here, less detail here, because we don't have 1 milligal data everywhere. But where we have it, we've embedded it inside the 5, and it can be informative and helpful for our interpretation as well. Of course, the more gravity data, the better. It's another geophysical data set. We also calculated something called a regolith map. There's actually many, many ways to do this. If you ever go to the literature, lots of people have different ideas. What we did here was we used one method which calculates a value which is associated with the topography, meaning like, are you on a valley or in a ridge or in a flat area, by looking at the data, relative heights of data around each data point in the grid, and then combining that with the uranium, thorium, potassium, and then letting it classify itself. And then we screened out areas where there's any kind of significant outcrop, because that's obviously going to characterize the gamma ray data a lot. We're interested in here just seeing what is the nature of the overburden. Is it consistent? Could it be moved? Areas of, you're going to be a little bit more cautious in your interpretation in these areas. Doesn't mean it's not related to the geology. It's just a different. It's just something to keep in mind. So that's what we did here. We characterized after the classifications went through, looked at the character of each one. There's different kind of colors that are associated. And a lot of this gray area it's not all outcrop, but it's where there's a lot of relative outcrop. These other places where you've got thicker regolith, overburden, unconsolidated material. So you want to sort of understand, is it consistent? Is it locally transported? Could it be related to the rock or not? This is just a way of helping you to analyze for that when you're doing your interpretation. So this is a major part of what we did. It's called a lithotectonic map, where we try to break down the whole survey area. We're defining boundaries between lithologies as we see them in the geophysics data. We have a map already provided with boundaries on it of known mapped boundaries. If those boundaries fall close to ours, then to the extent that we think they're the same thing, we're going to either stick with the existing boundary or modify it if we think our data is strong enough and clear enough to make a modification to those boundaries. In other cases, we won't see a boundary at all. Doesn't mean the boundary isn't there, it's just that for our purposes we don't see it. There's no magnetic contrast, there's no gamma ray contrast, so from our perspective there is no boundary. So we don't map that. We only want to map what we see. It's a complement to the original mapping. It's not saying the original mapping is wrong, it's just saying we don't see it in our data, so we're not going to pretend that we did. It's not there for us to see. On other cases, we will see boundaries which don't exist in the mapping at all. And then we will say, okay, there is actually something here that's not been mapped and it's different and it needs to have a boundary, so we will include it. We'll also look at other lineaments. We look at faults where we can see definitive boundary offsets, fractures where maybe there's something that indicates that there's a break in the geology, but there's nothing to say that anything moved one side relative to the other. We see things which look like dikes. They have a particular character. Often they carry remnants. They often bifurcate and follow, have a particular pattern to them. They're sublinear. They're not as striking not as linear as fractures tend to be. And they're just general lineaments as well, lines in the data, particularly the magnetic data, which indicates some sort of texture in the data. We didn't consider quaternary cover. We basically ignored that. We wanted to look at the hard rock where we could see it, and the magnetic data usually you can see through that quaternary cover. It doesn't provide any problem. It will mask and potentially can mask the gamma ray data. Yes, okay, so big effort to do this. So here's the geology map. We've seen this. So on the left, you have the geology map with boundaries that were originally mapped, provided to us. And then on the right, you have the boundaries that we've come up with. And you'll see in some areas, for example, if you can see here in this area here, part of the basin, there's lots of more boundaries here than we see, because all of these sedimentary formations in the Gondwana sediments, they don't show up in the mag data or the gamma ray data at all. But in other cases, we actually see boundaries even in the sediments which are not seen or not previously mapped. And particularly in the cratonic areas, we see a lot of different changes and different character data. And not surprisingly, the majority of what was really different is in the Bastar area, where the original mapping is not as detailed as it is elsewhere. But even in the Darwar Craton in the southeast, we see things quite differently in certain places. We've also mapped, you can see the green, these are dikes. And fractures, lots of fractures in the eastern Darwar Craton, not many at all in the Bastar. Here it's like lots of shearing, lots of it parallel, sub-parallel to the basin, but quite different kind of less brittle tectonic regime, it seems, was in action in that particular area. So quite different in terms of its magnetic character and also in its gamma ray as well, as we'll see. Here's the map. There are actually 1 or 2 units that need to be reassigned, but just gives you a general idea of what we've got. The coloring is perhaps underwhelming at times because it's all based off of a geological date, not lithology. We're actually mapping lithology, so the colors, we use the colors provided to us, the colors for formations for the whole of India. So we stuck with those as best we could, assigning them where it looked like they corresponded to our various different areas. But as we'll see we couldn't always do that. So there's more variation in here than the colors will sometimes indicate, because the lithologies are varying even if the ages are not. And here's just to see more clearly the various lineament elements. We have fault lines in red, some of which was seen on previous the previous geological presentation. We got these dikes, which were also talked about. There's more dikes up here inside the Dongongar granite, and there's these dikes here, which didn't seem to appear on anybody's map, but are very clear in the data. This is basically the mag and the gamma ray. Particularly the mag is magnetic data, very good for boundaries and finding faults and offsets and the like. Often very clean. Here's those dikes in the north, which are not previously mapped. Gravity, it's not as high resolution as the magnetic data is, but nonetheless does correspond in places, as we'll see here with this inlier, the China inlier here, and an interesting feature which we'll talk about soon in the Bastar, in the Eastern Darwar Craton down here. And here it is on the gamma ray, and this has helped us to characterize the surface geology and also complementary for boundaries. So the nature of the rock is going to be more indicated, it's a combination of how magnetic it is, what's the character, what's the texture of the granite of the magnetic data, and what is the gamma ray character as well for the near surface geology. And that's what informed all of that boundary line drawing. So here we have our map on the left. This is the current mapping, and on the right we have the new mapping. In this case, everything that's gray is where we had to come up with a new code, because we either had a combination of things or we had to split into more than one thing. So sometimes it was easy. It was like a formation that obviously fitted, but it was just, we would split it into A and B because we could see a boundary with something different between it. Just take the original code, split it into two. Other times we could lump them together. And in other cases, we had really no idea. We were just guessing as best we could from the geological relationships. So essentially, anything that the gray areas where we've assigned lithotectonic codes really all need to be reviewed in terms of discussions with geologists, particularly in the light of any mapping that follows up. As you can see, a lot different and not matching in the Bastar particularly. So how to assign those, really, we don't have the ability to definitively assign, especially since the color codes are by date, and we can't date things other than by relationship that is apparent in the map, but that may not be indicative all the time. We can't always tell how old something is. You can have contacts and offsets and cross-cutting things that can help you, but it may not be definitive. So that's what it changes to when we assign our colors. But yeah, ongoing discussions needed to review and adjust the lithotectonic codes for where we've had to be more creative. So just to point out a few big differences, and this is where things get interesting. If we're looking here in the Bastar in particular, just highlighting this area here, we have areas where the magnetic field is distinctly less strong, big bands, and also has linear structures, as we'll see later, bands of gamma ray data. And we believe these are supercrustal rocks, which are only partially mapped or not mapped at all. Both of these are considered that. We think maybe we've given them different colors because we think they may be different ages. These are known to be supercrustals here. This is the well-known Bayadilla formation of ironstones. So we're extending that out. We have more. So we found a lot of areas, a lot more significant areas of what we think are supercrustal rocks in the Bastar than previously mapped. But this is going to take follow-up mapping and observations to really figure all of this out. Similar thing here. Now we're in the sort of northwest corner. We're still in the Bastar. Some of these things were already mapped. There were quartzite bands and the like folded around. But now we could see the formations more clearly in the magnetic data, wrapping around with quiet magnetic data, and sometimes gamma rays associated. These ones not so clear in the gamma ray data, but definitely clear in the magnetic data that there is some sort of sediment, volcanic or probably sedimentary fill to these folds sitting inside the otherwise the gneissic rocks of the Beng Pol gneiss and the like around in the Bastar basin here. And here, this is like a continuation of that previous belt that actually goes all the way, pretty much all the way up to the north. It's a very long, what looks like a very long continuous supercrustal band. This was an odd one. We puzzled over this. In the end, we just gave it a yellow color, recent, because it wasn't mapped at all. It's kind of an interesting spot here. This is the main Godavari rift here. This is like a side branch, but it only has the Proterozoic sediments in it, the ones that tend to be along the margins of the basin. It doesn't have any, it has some Gondwana sediments in the north, but not that many. And so it's structurally complex little triple junction there, and sitting on top of it is a formation that sticks out in the gamma ray data. It looks like something relatively thin because it looks like you can see the magnetic character of the Bastar underneath it. It seems to be sitting on top of everything. It's not transported, just purely transported sediment because there are hills there. It's a significant chunk of rock. We don't really know what it is, but it sticks out in the gamma ray data, so someone needs to go and look at it. We think it's sediments, but it could be something else. There's nothing that we can know to tell us that. And just down here, this is down in the Eastern Ghats. We'll get into more of the details of this, and particularly the Chimolpad anorthosite. But just mentioning here that this is an area of high-grade magnetic material here, and we found that the character, both in the gamma ray and the magnetic data, was mirrored almost perfectly here on the other side of, this is the Chimolpadi basin, part of the extension of the sedimentary basin of the Godavari, and on either side. So we think we're seeing it again on both sides of that. It wasn't previously mapped in that place. So there's just examples of how the lithotectonic mapping is driving the differences. You see in the original mapping, there's lots of little tiny things mapped that we didn't see. These are often sub-resolution to the data. We just don't see them at the scale at which we're working. So doesn't mean they're not there, doesn't mean they're incorrect. It just means that we don't see them in the data to the point that we can put them in. So the truth of the matter, well, who knows what the truth of the matter is when it comes to geoscience, right? The geology, it's always changing as you find more facts, and all you ever really know is what's not true, right? You never really know the truth, you just know what's not. So you're converging, but the convergence would involve both of these data sets, both of these visions of the geology, and bringing them together into one coherent model for the entire area. Okay, just looking a little bit at the basin itself and some of the analysis we could do there. So we see these major structures and fault lines. We've actually got a little sub-graben on the side here. We see that quite clearly in the data. It's almost like I think of it like a glacial valley with a little side valley on the side there, faulted on the north side, and transitional half-graben transitional on the south side. But these faults, we can trace them, and they start to pass into and maybe link up with some of the structures we can see in the magnetic data. These are these zero tilt directions, and we can see there's a nice magnetic anomaly here, and there happens to be the 1 milligal gravity goes far enough to capture this thin layer. It's published data talking about that. It also reflected in the gamma ray data. We have uplifted more recent, older sediments of the Godavari surrounded by younger on either side. And you can see, in this case, the character of the data is much more thorium-rich around the outside, and we have a more potassic formations in the lower Gondwana, and those are present at the top. So the gamma ray, the gravity, the mag, and some of the structures coming, all saying, yeah, this thing's here, gravity in particular is shouting it out. But there's all these other mag anomalies, right? Well, what about those? Are they uplifts? Well, you don't really see them. Okay, so the 1 milligal data rather tantalizingly doesn't go all the way across. So we don't see all of those in the gravity data, but we don't see much disruption to the sediments from these big faults and nothing much going on to tell you that there's an uplift or something like that. So the conclusion is that there probably isn't, that we're probably looking at magnetic variations which are just at the base of the sediments. The sediments are basically very, very magnetically quiet. They don't have a lot of signature to them. And so the majority of the signal that we're seeing is coming from below. Just so, in case you're wondering, this nasty red line here is a power line. We prefer not to edit cultural things out like that. We leave them in because if you edit them, they can become misleading. Actually, more misleading than if you leave something which is obviously a cultural effect from a power line or a town. So generally prefer not to edit data like that. You just interpret it for what it is. So we're thinking these are all basically sitting at the bottom, magnetic changes. There could be a fault going through, but it's in the basin underneath, in the basement rather, underneath the sediments. Or it could be in contacts between relatively low or high magnetic material, intrusions and the like, because obviously there's a lot of that going on in the cratons on either side, so it's going to be going on underneath too. It's not a stretch to think that. So here we did that tilt analysis, calculating the widths of the anomalies, the 45-degree bands, and just for comparison, we calculated the 1 to 2 kilometer depth ones, and you can see we're picking up some of these things at these relatively shallow areas, but you can sort of see it's like tendency for this side of the basin, the northeast side, to be less clearly have those sorts of anomalies in. Now, you could have one here. The thing is, if you don't have a magnetic anomaly, you're not going to measure something. So the fact that it's absent doesn't mean that that there isn't that depth. It's just that you can't measure it. But when you actually do go to the deeper ones, and you have to be careful about absolute depths, because these things have a lot of assumptions based included, like that very simple vertical anomaly, vertical contact idea. But nonetheless, if you go to your deeper ones, it's 4 to 10. And again, I don't think there's any 10-kilometer depth. Well, there might be, but that'll be fairly controversial. But you can see here, and these are areas where it's already expected to be low. There's in the gravity data, there's a depression in this area. It's been named the Saronja Depression. Down here in the Kothagundam sub-basin at the south end of the main Godavari Rift, where it's known the sediments are generally thickening in this direction. Again, the thickest sediments, the deepest to the basin, is here, and also in the sub-basin, the Chintalapudi, here. So we're getting an indication of the relative depths of the basin from this analysis. And yeah, we can do a bit of modeling. I think really we have the gravity data drives the agenda a lot in this when it comes to the depth to this basin. You can mess around with magnetic data to make it fit the surface magnetic data. It's not quite constrained enough. It'd be nice to have higher grade of higher quality of gravity across the entire basin. Here chose a place where it's relatively two-dimensional, so you could model it relatively easily. PGB, Prahinta-Godavari Basin, that's including all of the sediments, both of Proterozoic and Phanerozoic age. We can't tell. From the mag, it's not going to tell the difference. And perhaps the gravity would help to pull that out, I'm not sure. But in terms of the absolute three-dimensional structure of the basin, a full gravity coverage would be really desirable to have. Okay, so that's a sort of general overview of what's going on, the remapping of everything. But as, of course, we're interested in trying to find things which might have economic interest. Now, none of this stuff I'm going to tell you is a mine, right? We all know that. It's all things that indicate possibilities. They have the right look to them. They're interesting. They're different from what's around, and they're worth checking out. And we've got some suggestions at the end about what we might want to do. So looking back at the Keating coefficients, you get a scatter of dots. One stuck in the middle of nowhere all on its own. What's that? Well, it could be a kimberlite. It might not be. But what if they're like clustering together? Got the whole area and a bunch of them, of the best quality ones, all turn up all within a short distance of each other. And we know that sometimes that's how kimberlites occur. They tend to find areas of weakness and they exploit that. So chances that this is real, actually something, increases when they turn up together. And if you look, there's actually a lot of other smaller anomalies in and around, which are similar. They weren't picked up by the analysis. Maybe if the coefficients were changed, they would, maybe not. But either way, if you went here and you found a kimberlite, you would want to go and look at some of these other ones which didn't get analyzed as well. You can still see them. You don't have to rely on the analysis. But this is very kind of suggestive of a group of pipe-like intrusions, which could be kimberlites, and then could be diamondiferous as well. So that's a place to go look. If we go to the southeast rather, there's another kind of area where quite a few of these are occurring. And in this case, there's places where diamonds have been found. So this obviously ups the ante as far as what's the chances that you're looking at a kimberlite and a diamondiferous kimberlite at that. So this area in particular has a lot of recent sediment. A lot of it's flowing. Obviously, there's the Krishna River here. We're in the bottom south. There's another river flowing in this direction here. There's one that flows from this town, from Tirunelveli down, and here's a tributary. And there's no particular anomaly that was grabbed close to that. I had a good look. I couldn't see anything. It's not right on the river. It's just to the side. But could they be detrital? Could they have been transported from up here? These two, this one here, definitely you feel the possibility that these diamonds could be detrital diamonds coming from these sorts of things if they're pipes. They also kind of have a bit of a linear trend to them here and here. That might be coincidental, or it could be that they're finding some sort of structural weakness that they, in the Eastern Ghats Mobile Belt, which is where we are, that they're exploiting. So again, it kind of gives you a sense of maybe something more than just random spots of magnetic data that fit a kimberlite shape. They're clustering, they've got patterns to them. And there's diamonds locally there as well. So you're going to want to go look here, right? I am, and if you don't, I'm sure there's things happening. Okay, now just looking at the Eastern Dawa Craton and how it breaks down, it's kind of interesting. You can see here I've drawn some blue lines. This is based a lot off of the lithotectonic mapping. And we've assigned some geological names to these things. But see, we have basically in the magnetic data, you can see here, this is the area where we have all this fracturing, and the dikes have this is reduced to pole data, so the dikes have gone funny, because they obviously have remnants. They went from positives to negatives. So we have this area here with all the fracturing. Then we got this area of extremely linear magnetic anomalies, more or less sub-parallel to the basin, which has been mapped in at least in some areas as migmatite gneiss. Here we've called this alkali feldspar granite, so you can see later, very, very potassic in the gamma ray data. And here we've kind of gone with the grey biotite gneiss, which is also a name which has been associated here. These also, up here we've got these granulites, actually in these dark, low areas here. And basically we think they also increase and map into other areas as well, further south. That's the Kari-Magnar granulite. So we're extending that as well within that grey biotite gneiss area. And we've got these nice anomalies down here. These really pop out, particularly these two, and to a lesser extent this little one, which we'll look at later, but they really pop out in the reduction to pole. This is where reduction to pole really works well. They look like they probably have no significant remnants, but a lot of induced magnetization, meaning the RTP works really well there, and it makes them jump right out. Here's the gamma ray data. So you can see the magnetic data breakdown is also mirrored in the gamma ray data. So we've got this very high potassic area here, and we're going to talk about these blue things in a minute. Kind of a pinker colors, less potassic in this gray biotite area here. And this is completely different in this what we call the migmatite. Nice. A very uranium and thorium character, very depleted in potassium. It looks like it's been intruded by like lots of linear stringers of dikes of, could be highly alkaline material. And this is an area with a lot of potential prospectivity. Some very high uranium and very high thorium anomalies very locally along ridges of otherwise generally elevated uranium and thorium, all in these bands, in the parallel, sub-parallel to the basin. So lots of potential for alteration, lots of potential for alkali-related elements. We're talking about rare earth elements and the like. There's going to look at something, we're going to want to look at some of the high radiation elements, and particularly in that area. Then we've got this in their generally potassic area here, high, very red color from this ternary because of the high potassium. But we have these bands of very much more uranium-rich rocks. Now this part down here was clearly mapped in earlier mapping as a leucogranite. Leucogranites can contain, have known to contain high uranium concentrations and other elements as well, including rare earth elements. So this is a very interesting potential body to look at for economic deposits. But it stops here in the mapping. But it clearly doesn't stop. The gamma ray data, even though we've got, if you look here in the satellite data, all you see is fields, farmers' fields. You wouldn't think you could see the geology under that, but you absolutely can. And it continues on, and there's a second band here, and there's a very, very high uranium, weak, but very kind of only uranium level there. This has a bit more thorium in it as well. So these bands, we're calling them leucogranite because that's what they were mapped here, but are they really that? Could they be something else? Definitely. And there's also actually a very distinct, but subtle but distinct gravity low right along this trend as well. And we've also seen and mapped a fault line similarly through here too. So there's a lot of structure happening in this area here. It's a very interesting area. And these lithologies are interesting for an economic point of view. Okay. So just here, we're just going to be looking basically at the edge of the Eastern Darwar Craton, where it meets and comes up to the Godavari Basin. This is just a part of it. So you can see definitely this is where all the sediments are. These are actually mostly here. We're talking about Proterozoic Godavari supergroup sediments here. And then when you get out to this part, we're into the Gondwana, much younger sediments in the basin. So we have this boundary here. You can sort of see how the magnetic data changes from very high, strong anomalies, high frequency, short wavelength, suddenly buried beneath the sediments, become less focused and disappear as you go down with depth. A few anomalies, these are actually in the sediments themselves, as we'll see later on. So there are some high frequency mag data in the sediments of their interest in their own right. But just along here, these are actually some fairly strong anomalies right along the boundary. So we have some good magnetic anomalies right along the edge. Along that. So whether it be, I've seen it described as an unconformity, also seen it talked about as being a bit of a fault boundary. I think it's both in places. In any case, either way, it's of interest. Because when we look here, we get some very strong uranium anomalies. And this little ridge here seems to be sitting a ridge of the Gondwana supergroup sediments sitting on top of the Eastern Darwar Craton gneisses along here. So along that ridge there, which is just basically a contact, And along the edge, we're getting some very high uranium anomalies, and locally some very high thorium as well. So we've got this unconformity or contact between the Proterozoic and the Archean. We're getting high uranium anomalies along here. We've got some faults that are cutting across in places, offsetting the data. And this is all kind of like, if you come from Canada and you know the Athabasca Basin, you think, oh, maybe it's an analogy to that. I mean, the Athabasca Basin is probably the richest uranium deposits anywhere in the world, so you'd be perhaps a stretch to think that you're in that part, going to get that, but it could easily be that way. And I've read also that there is some indications of this happening in other basins elsewhere, not in India, actually, as we'll see, potentially even within the sediments themselves. But this boundary here is definitely a place of interest to look at for, particularly for uranium, and, as a primary element for mining. So to follow that up. So I have to point in the right direction. Okay, so now we're going to look at those anomalies I mentioned earlier in the north, in the very southwest corner of our survey. We're in the eastern Darwar Craton again. And there's that town of Nalgonda, if you know the area. And here they are in the reduced to pole data. And if you look at it, and as you see when we go to the vertical derivative, these things are not homogeneous. This one's got a central high, and this one's definitely got rings to it. So these are ring structures. They have differentiation within them. This one is not as clear. I probably wouldn't have even noticed it if it wasn't for these two, because there are other red blobs around as well. There has been, I do know there has been some follow-up mapping in this area by some of the geosci geologists, but they look like potential alkali intrusions, the kind of thing which are known to occur elsewhere in the eastern Darwar. So they need to be looked at carefully, the potential for rare earth element deposits. And they do also, if we go through the mag, you can see here, you've got the main dipolar anomaly, but you can just about see the rings in the first vertical. This is in the vertical derivative. And you can see the sort of patterns in here. There's also a dike going right through the middle, so this dike clearly is later. So these things are quite old. Dikes are probably probably Neoproterozoic. So, they're going to be, these things are not recent. And there is a hint of increased thorium in particular in the outer rims of some of these things. So these are corresponding to the outer edges of those structures. So these in themselves don't jump out particularly, but in combination with the magnetic data, they tell you that there's something going on there. And there's a lot of cover here, so there could be that there is more going on than is apparent in this view. Worth following up because of the potential. Here's another version, another potential alkali complex in the eastern Darwar Craton. We're a lot further north here. So here's the Godavari River where it's cutting through. There's actually a fault line, as we'll see, right through here, which I'm sure is probably the reason why the river is where it is. And we have seen the gamma ray data. The river actually flows up here. Here's the fault here, and then there's a ring here. And Deccan traps up here. This is all this very low radiation. There's all this Deccan trap volcanics, and you can see it's all basically flood sitting on top of everything else here. And we've got EDC granites and gneisses, and some Carré-Magnar granulites to the south. In the magnetic data, you have to look, you squint, but you can see it. There's ringing in here. There's a sort of a shear across the top where it ends, and it's cut off by the fault. So it looks like there's something here. And actually, if you go and look on the satellite data, there's actually where one of the rings comes around, it actually crosses the river. And there's actually some rock in the river, so that makes it easy. You go and look at that and see what that is. That would be an interesting spot to check out. So again, potential for an alkali igneous intrusion. It may be something else, but it needs to be checked out, needs to be looked at. Now, the Dongagar granite, this is now we're in the very northeast of the area, so it's well-known young granite in the Archean. And worth looking at carefully because we know just to the further north there's contemporaneous granites with very high-grade copper deposits. So you would think, well, there's a chance that might be happening here too. So it may not jump out at you, but worth looking to see what you can see and what we can conclude. This is actually the original mapping, just to show how it was previously mapped. The main granite body we haven't changed. It looks more or less the same. And this formation is ironstone, but we've changed a lot around it. We've reinterpreted this as metasedimentary layers in this area and the like. But this central part is very clearly, the granite has a very distinctive gamma ray and magnetic character, and it clearly is obviously later than these formation ironstones. It's pushed up and deformed them as part of its plutonic emplacement. Here's the magnetic data, so we can see the strong magnetic anomaly associated with the ironstone. Here's the well-known ironstone formation here. Ironstone mine already occurring. So it's interesting to look for the high mag. Obviously, there is actually a very high magnetic anomaly here. The ironstone, the deposit is not where the highest magnetism is. It's associated with it, but it's actually where you get supergene enrichment at a higher stratigraphic level, where the magnetic data, where the original source of the ironstone is coming from, where it was very magnetic, but it's moving in, being altered, and you sort of have an adjacent area of lower magnetism, which is where it gets redeposited as enriched iron. So there is a combination of like a locally high mag and fold structures seems to be the indicative of where you're most likely to find this associated supergene enrichment. And there's another very strong magnetic anomaly along the line here with faults and fold structures associated to it. So you would think it's not very far away, but there's definitely a potential for that to have the same sort of thing going on as far as ironstone enrichment is concerned. And there's another one further to the south where this same unit is exposed at the surface of some 20 or 30 kilometers south of this area. We look at the Dongagar granite itself. This is this area here. You've got all these dikes running through it. They're very clear. In here, they're less clear elsewhere. Maybe a hint of them outside, but not so much. Do they go further north? We see these. We're not entirely convinced or not sure. They could be. This definitely looks like one here. And then we've got these dikes here, these east-west ones, which we'll talk about later on. They're completely different. But just focusing on this area here, there's some breaks through these dikes where they get a little bit offset. And it looks like a fracture running through the granite, which is you wouldn't otherwise notice if it wasn't for the dikes in there. So obviously post-dike, something happening in the granite. You look at the gamma ray data, now you can see actually the granite is it's got ring structures in it too. It's not homogeneous. It actually has variations in its gamma ray content. So it's ringing here. And then where those fractures occur, you get a little bit of enrichment in the thorium and the uranium, just a little bit. And then right at the edge of the granite, you can get some, they don't show up particularly high, but there are higher thorium and uranium right along the edge of the granite. So, if you look at the context of the whole thing, they don't scream at you that there's something happening. But when you think about what you're looking at the granite, it's fractured, it's got alteration within it. You've definitely got something happening inside the granite, and you know that the granites elsewhere where they get altered have economic mineralization occurring with them. So they're not massively strong anomalies, but in the context of the granite, they're very interesting. They show where things are changing, where things are different, and they're worth checking out to see if there's something more going on in terms of mineralization. There may be nothing there, but you would definitely want to go and look, see, because the potential is high. Okay, so yes, this going back to our supercrustal rocks, these bands that we've mapped moving more or less sub-parallel to the basin. Here we have the river, so we have basically the Prahinta River coming down the Godavari, they meet here and they carry on down the valley. And you get these lines of different gamma ray characteristics, uranium high or thorium or potassium, and the like banding here. And all of this area here, as we see, is relatively low magnetics. And there's another band here, same sort of thing. You get these linear bands of gamma ray, which you don't see where the magnetic data is much stronger and clearly related to the gneissic rocks in the base of the basement. You don't get those sorts of patterns at all. And then as you follow this band down, there's this thing. Now, there's another bigger one that looks a bit like that further south in terms of its gamma ray, but it's different, but it's not nearly as magnetic. This thing is quite magnetic, quite strongly potassic. It's kind of, I want to think it's a VMS. I think it's kind of big for a VMS. It might be the mother of all VMSs. So we'll see. I would definitely want to go and look at it though, because it sits right inside these bands. It's different, and so if it did turn out to be an economic deposit, it could be a good one. So you're definitely going to want to go check that guy out on the ground. There's some ridges in the hill wrapped around it as well. So there's some different lithologies that are generating the topography in that area as well. So this is really interesting. But of course, this is like greenstone, right? We're talking like potential for mineralogy in any of these areas. But that's particular. And so you can see these bands of lower magnetic material, lower magnetism. And then this band that carries on down to the south, but that's sat in the middle. Have another band here. What's going on in between? Well, we seem to have basement-type magnetic anomalies. The gamma ray data is not as unequivocal. It's almost as though we have very thin, potentially very thin supercrustals. So they may be continuing its surface right the way across, but to the extent that they're discontinuous and maybe not that deep, so that the magnetic data from underneath is showing through, or indeed it's absent entirely and the basement is at the surface in those places. And we've postulated different ages for these things, but we don't really know. And then there's the biogeo. So we know there are supercrustals here. It's not a stretch to consider that they would continue and then be sort of unconformably upon the granitic terrains here. Another unconformity here, another one maybe sheared as well. I mean, unconformity could be very, very structurally disturbed. As we see, particularly as you go further south, a lot of evidence of shearing that's stretching out this whole, what could be a sedimentary, metasedimentary basin into a very elongate feature. Okay, so now we're going down to this well-known anorthosite metagabbro, the Chimalpahad in the Eastern Ghats mobile belt is actually in this area here. So in terms of where it's been mapped, it's well known, and it corresponds more or less to this relatively low, quiet magnetic area right here. But right next to it, with sort of parallel to its boundary, is these much stronger magnetic anomalies. Not really mapped as anything more than just the local gneissic terrain, the current mapping. It's been suggested, and I think it's pretty recent, maybe accepted, that this is part of an island arc chamber, magnetic chamber. So could this be a continuation of it, with where we go from non-magnetic material to bands and layers of more magnetic layering in an igneous complex? It's a very alluring prospect that it could be that. And then you throw in the fact that in this general area here, there's been chromite that's been found at the surface, chromite occurrences. So you're thinking, okay, could we be looking at magnetic and chromite layering adjacent to the anorthosite in this pipe here? There's also what could be a little kimberlite here as well, which it's kind of a big anomaly, but it looks like a pipe. So just mention that. If we move on to the gamma ray data, you can see here, this is where the anorthosite is, but the potassium, this is ratio of thorium to potassium. So you've got relative enrichment to thorium relative to potassium here, but also extending into that area of that high magnetic data as well. So it's sort of suggesting that, yeah, okay, they're magnetically different, but there's some similarities to them as well. And so there could be a continuous thing. It could be all part of the same. And a lot of the recent mapping has got fault lines along around these things. So it could be fault bound as well. And this is where the chromites are being found at the surface. And then if you look at just the potassium itself, just to see that the low potassium really shows up here. That's a lake, so don't worry about that. Just get low radiation where there's water. But yeah, and then, what about these things? What's going on down here? There's some other possibilities. You start to get a bit speculative, but the place to start looking is definitely here to see if we can find, because the mapping here is admittedly by the publications there are patches of different things, and it's maybe difficult to know exactly what the continuity of the geology is at depth, but we can see some patterns that indicate that we have some continuity, in fact, that could be quite important in terms of its economics. Okay, so just looking at the Proterozoic sediments, the Godavari supergroup in and around the southern end of the basin. So here in the middle, we've got all these Gondwana sediments, these green ones. This bluey color and the purpley areas, this is the sediment. These are metasediments of sediments of the Proterozoic age Godavari supergroup of different formations mapped. Lacnavarum shale, Malapili shale here, more Lacnavarum here. In the mapping, you don't see these boundaries. They're all mapped as one thing. But what we've seen earlier when we're looking at the boundary, the unconformity, there's some magnetic anomalies associated with the edges of these things. And there's areas of what look like potassium enrichment. They're higher in potassium locally. Is it just that the mapping needs to be upgraded and there's a different lithology there? Yeah, that could be it. I mean, for every exciting possibility, there's always at least 10 boring ones. But the fact is, these are places to go and check out. And this seems to be happening the most around the bottom end of the basin, happening on both sides and around the bottom, the south end, where it gets this structural high associated with the Eastern Ghats mobile belt occurs. So, and the fact that you have magnetic, I guess I didn't show the magnetic ones. Maybe I skipped it by accident. Skip it, I might have done. Go back. That's right. No, for some reason I haven't got it. Anyway, I know that there are magnetic anomalies along the boundaries of those areas, which makes them seem more likely to be something alteration related than necessarily just a change in lithology. Like there's all the way around the edge here, and there's some in as well. There's so much here, not so much here. Okay. So not so much economically of interest, but geologically interesting, these strong east-west trending dikes in the north of the survey area. But they show some reveal some interesting things. So we see these are magnetic highs. They run all the way through here. And then they start to get a little weaker. And this is, as you can see, here they're kind of typical on echelon thing you have with dikes when they kind of bifurcate and then offset with each and overlap. Where they cross the edge of this is an area of Godavari supergroup sediments in sort of this side basin. Few Gondwana sediments up here. But this seems to be just a shallow side basin of just Proterozoic. And the dikes cross that boundary pretty much like straight across. You could argue that maybe that's offset a little bit, but really the indication is they don't care. So it doesn't look like a structural boundary. It looks more like just an unconformity, but there may be a low throw fault there. It's possible. Something small that doesn't show too much. And they go right across here, and then you can see this one here turns up here, in here. And in fact, if you look, there are actually anomalies in the Gondwana, which could be continuations of these as well, but even deeper, because the sediments are much deeper here, so they become, you can just see one there. I think maybe I have a slide later, but I'm not sure. But they're basically lineations that could be continuations all the way across. And so these are saying, okay, you can see how it becomes broader and less well-defined. That's because probably the sediments are thicker here. And so you can get a bit thinner there and a bit thinner there. So we can use that, these anomalies. We can go back to our Euler deconvolution results, and we can calculate. Oh, here, I do have the slides showing them. So are these continuations of these dikes? Well, they could be. But here we have a strong structural boundary, very clearly faulted, the continuation of the main belt. There's probably a big fault exactly where it runs across here. It's hard to see. It seems to be in amongst all the sediments, so we don't get the magnetic contrast to tell us where it goes. But this is Bastar here. So this is really just a continuation of all of this with this bit of sedimentary basin stuck on the side. And it doesn't, it kind of looks like if these dikes did come through here, that they maybe got sheared around a bit on that structure. It wouldn't be that surprising if that is the case. Or they're just at greater depth. Couldn't get Euler solutions off of these. They're just too diffuse. But we could get them off of these guys. So we've got a little profile here. Oh, yes, and there's lots of folding and faulting in these. This actually is some near-surface magnetism in the Gondwana sediments themselves. So there are places where you can see that going on. You can actually see structures in them in these sediments too. So it's just a quick analysis looking at the Euler solutions at the tops of these dikes across here. So you can see this is the one at the north. So it's relatively shallow, around 120 meters or so. These are solutions from across that whole section, all stacked together. This one down here, it's deeper down here. So about 700 odd meters of Godavari supergroup sediments. That's like, well, does it go all the way down there? It might not. This is the maximum. It could stop shallower than that. That would mean the dike didn't come up to right to the very surface. And in fact, in many cases, that even in the craton, you're going to find a depth to the dike, even where you can map it, because sometimes the magnetic material, the source might not, it may be altered at the near surface, and you're not actually seeing the top of the physical dike itself. You're just seeing where the fresh magnetic material is occurring below the point of where it was altered at surface in what would have been a paleo surface back in history before the sediments filled in. But still, it gives you a maximum and clearly indicates that it's deeper, and then becomes shallower again, but not quite as shallow at the southern end. So there's been some talk about the Deccan traps. Can you map beneath them? That would be, from a magnetic and gamma ray point of view, challenging. Sometimes you can see things, though. So here we have here we have Deccan Trap. All of this is all Deccan Trap. And these are outliers of little blobs of it sitting on hills, and here's some more here. Here's a little enclave of Godavari supergroup sediments. And right on the edge here, there's an anomaly. There's a high here and a low there. You can see the high better. It's actually a dipole, because this isn't reduced to pole, this is just regular magnetic data, so you've got the high and the low. So, and then there's a local high here, which you wouldn't even notice if you didn't see this thing. So is that a local high inside of a bigger anomaly? It's speculative, but possibly. So but the Deccan Trap here is very thin. So you have a chance of seeing stuff underneath it where you're along the edges, and particularly if you're half in and half out in this case. Is it of economic interest? I'm not sure that it is, but at least it's geologically interesting, and it gives you a hint of what you might need to do and how you have to think when you're looking at the Deccan Trap and how you might be able to see in certain circumstances what's going on underneath. Okay, so as I said, in target world, nothing economic, but lots of potential for things, all different kinds of things. We've got lots of supercrustals to follow up, including some interesting magnetic anomaly within those supercrustals. Lots of mapping, lots of good mapping to be done in the Bastard, following up what we've seen and be informed by it. 23 pipes, potential pipes indicated. We could find more if we changed the parameters, but certain ones are more evocative than others because of the way they occur in groups or in trends. So those are like the more interesting ones, and the ones in trends, of course, also where the diamonds have been seen. We have this high-grade uranium, what we're calling leucogranite, based off of current mapping, running through the EDC, a big long band of that. So that's of economic interest. We have these potential alkali feeder complexes in that area of migmatite, what we call migmatite gneiss. Big area, so you're not going to go and where are you going to go? Well, you're going to go where the uranium and thorium anomalies are the strongest, and check those out and see what's going on geochemically in those areas. We have potential alkali complexes in various places in the EDC, and there's also and the Eastern Ghats. I didn't actually show one, but there is one in the southern Eastern Ghats as well that looks like a possibility as well. We have a potential for nonconformity uranium deposits along the boundary of the EDC and the Godavari supergroup. We have areas of look like potassic alteration or potential potassic alteration, and in the supergroup itself in a similar sort of area, but in the actual sediments. One thing I didn't mention, you go back and look at the mapping of the Godavari, the Gondwana sediments. Some of the boundaries that we've mapped that were not previously mapped have slightly higher thorium along the boundary, indicating that maybe the top of one unit or the unconformity itself or the boundary maybe has been enriched in some way in thorium. And so there's some interest in those inner sedimentary boundaries inside the Gondwana sediments as well, which I haven't mentioned here. Yeah, we have a possible layered ultramafic route intrusion as part of the Chimal pad in the Eastern Ghats. We have places to look in the Dawa granite to try to, get that right. In that granite in the the northeast, to see if there's some alteration going on there or not. Nothing jumping out, screaming, big alteration, but because of the potential related to its friend to the north, which has lots of copper enrichment and copper mines, it's definitely worth looking at the places that do seem to have been altered and therefore might have something of interest going on in them. There are possible places of possible iron enrichment associated with the banded iron formations, which have been mapped out better with the new magnetic data. And something I didn't mention earlier, but there are clearly bauxites. There's gamma ray associated with the with alteration, lateritic alteration at the tops of the Deccan traps, and they're already known, but they're better defined in the new data, and the biggest areas and strongest ones are more apparent. So that if interested in looking for more aluminium, those places are defined as well. So what you're going to do with all this information, it's an interpretation. It's not the interpretation. There's lots of things that can be done. There's changes, particularly with just with the lithotectonic map, the reassignment of litho codes based off of some feedback from the geologists on what to do there. There's follow-up mapping, particularly the BASTAR. That's been mentioned to me on a number of occasions, the need to do better and more detailed mapping in the area. I think what we've done is provide a framework for that, which will allow you to join the dots when you start looking and finding outcrops and understanding the extent of different lithologies. There are other geophysical techniques that can be brought to bear, usually at a fairly local level. These areas aren't huge for the most part. Some of them are a bit more regional, but a lot of them are not. So you can do ground-based geophysics or local scale helicopter-based type geophysical surveys. Resistivity it's good for a number of the different kinds of anomalies that we looked at, either by association with other features that tend to be, like in the case of the unconformity type, you're not going to see the uranium, but you might see graphite bodies which can be associated with them. Kimberlites, the magnetic hosted in the granite, obviously ultramafics and ironstones. These are all good targets, and the VMS, classic for resistivity. Potential for IP when we've got more disseminated potential host rocks, magnetic hosted, the VMS, not for the core body, but for the associated anomalies around it or beneath it, and for hydrothermal alterations. Gravity would be good for kimberlites, these alkali complexes, to define their shape, sometimes just for the geological formation around it to give you a context. And the one thing I do think would be really good to do, and I think it's been mentioned, I'm sure, a number of times, is to do a good gravity survey of the whole basin to really define that properly. You could do it on the ground, but I don't think that's necessary. I think an airborne survey would do better, in fact, than a ground survey. You actually do better by recording lots and lots of slightly less accurate gravity data than you do by recording a few extremely accurate local points on the ground. And if anyone's interested in that, I can have a publication I can share to show why that's true. So airborne definitely is a good option, and you get it a whole lot faster. Okay, so I think I'm finished.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin, for providing us a glimpse on the extensive work that had been carried by you on the NAGMP block over OGP areas. Sir has given us a few potential zones, around 23 kimberlite pipes, and including the possible kimberlite cluster in Basta Craton, Godavari Basin depth from tilt angle, Sironch Depression, and Kothagudan sub-basins from the tilt angle. He also geophysically delineated various fault offsetting the unconformity, various intrusive bodies in the eastern Dharwar Craton by showing the ring structure observed over the magnetic signature. Now I would like to request Dr. S. Mukhopadhyay sir, Director PSS, RSS Bangalore, to the dais to kindly moderate the session. Now we have our technical session 2, the question answer session. The session will be moderated by Dr. S. Mukhopadhyay sir. I request Sri Naresh Agarwal sir, General Manager from Pan India, to kindly welcome our Dr. S. Mukhopadhyay, Sir, Director PSS, with a shawl and a plant sapling. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Director PSS. The floor is now open for discussions with the PIA. Before making any queries, I would like to request our delegates to introduce yourself, your name, your designation, and your organization. I request all the guests who have joined virtually may kindly put your queries in the chat box, and your queries will be taken up at the end. Yes.
It was really mesmerizing, in fact. Thank you so much, sir. So much of information. Already we are late by almost 2 hours. Let me start the session. There were several queries from Dr. Nandi. Have some questions in the technical session.
By Dr. Martin, this is an interpretation, not the interpretation.
Yes.
This is the most appreciative. Because you see, there is this area, development of the returns and all, started from 2.7 GA, and even after 1.2 GA, different episodes of magnetism, so many things happen. This entire presentation I have seen the different trends that might have reflecting bubbles, primary, secondary and tertiary structures underlying the surface. That's to be addressed. And well, in the beginning I started to tell that ground clearance, just variation of the flight path. That is staying and useful for the that there are many things. As I say that this intrusives that has come from 7 to, and afterwards there are metamorphism. There are different type of magmatism towards intrusives. So this magnetic things that is started from long back to the present. We can classify three major structures: primary, secondary, tertiary. So there are some processes of this called TRF, that reduction to the pole, which pose some mathematical equations, including inclination and declination magnetic field at that time. Because I think we are mostly studying the thermal remnant magnetism, when the magma solidified from its liquid state to the solid state.
Yes.
So at that time, it retains all magnetic property in that. That is the most part. Another is induced from the present field. So it is a combination of these two.
Sure.
So since it has generated for long, so at that time, magnetic polarity of the earth has changed several times. So this mathematical operation is very important and crucial for the information. So Dr. Martin has elaborated things for a long marathon session. Thank you, sir. What paid you have taken for it? Oh, it is a very huge area, about 120 kilometers by 440, something like that. So it's very good things, but still, what you say, I again repeat, it is an interpretation. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Do Do you have any specific question, sir? Any specific question?
These things are required. That is flight height, flight clearance. That is very important. And specific questions is regarding RTP. I also in favor of putting another layer which is called ACE, analytical signal in this.
Yes, we have that. Yes. Yeah, I skipped over some of the things.
Remove that the questions of magnetic integration and distribution.
Yes, for sure. Yes, yeah. For sure. There's,
equator and the ACE, analytical signal. This method to address this.
yeah, there's potential for all of these bodies to study and determine that. Yep.
Comparative study, and I find that the ACE is the better than other. There's a some uncertainty regarding the practice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually.
This will
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, just to speak to that, yes, your point is well made that the failure of RTP in a way is a way of analyzing potential for the remnants that is associated with those things. We can see in some of those bodies how the reduction to pole works almost perfectly for some of some of those intrusions in the southeast. They do not work at all for the dikes and in other intrusions. And so, yes, you can leverage that to determine the paleomagnetic direction in the rock, and therefore associate that with dates and macro scale geology. So for sure, yes, your point is well made. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Golani, I think you have some questions.
Well, I must say that I do not know much about geology of southern India, but with the brief instinct in the training institute, I have seen some of the areas which you have covered in aerogeophysical surveys. And I understand that on either side of the Godavari-Prahanadi Valley, you see the granulites. That one is the Gopalpatnam and another is the Karimnagar. So I was expecting in your presentation a clear-cut demarcation between the granitic terrain, which could be part of the eastern granitic terrain, and eastern Dharwar plateau. This cratonic boundary was one of the things which made me to attend this seminar, rather workshop, and show the clearly, because if you cannot determine with the aerogeophysical work of this much expanse, the cratonic terrains, different cratonic terrains which are geologically supposed to be very relevant, as well as granulite-wise, granulite being very deep, dense rocks from the deeper part of the crust, it should be very clearly brought out, but I would not see in this work.
Yes, I didn't focus on it particularly. Okay.
Both the questions.
Yeah, sure.
You have used the word VMS deposits for target site. I would say that it is too much expression of aerogeophysical data speaking about VMS deposit. You say VMS setting rather than deposit. VMS deposits are hardly more than 1 square kilometer.
Yes, it's very big. I agree.
It should not be spoken like this. It should be VMS geological setting rather than deposit. Do not come to the deposit straightway from airborne.
Oh, no, sure.
Two questions.
Yeah. Yeah, in terms of it being a deposit, no. I mean, it's in the right sort of setting. It is very big yes. And, I called it a deposit. That was just getting excited. Didn't mean to express it in that way. As far as the granulite terrains you're talking about, we actually have differentiated them in the mapping. And so we can talk about that and we can check it later on. But they were where they're recently mapped, they had pretty distinct characteristics, and we were able to extend and define some of those areas.
I was aware of the mapping that there is a granulite in the Gopalpatnam side as well as the Karimnagar side. But what is the extension of that terrain further south, which could not be brought out because of mapping of the supracrustals? It will be buried beneath the supracrustals. That was the answer which was to be given by the airborne surveys. That yes, okay, geologically Bhopalpatnam and Karimnagar are known places. What happens when we bring down the contact in the southern side and find out where is the relationship between the eastern Dharwad Plateau as well as in the Garmda terrain, not in the mapped areas, in the unmapped areas, covered areas.
You talk about the
Could you
very
bring
deep
it back?
structure. Yes, yeah. No, I admit we didn't focus on that particular element. I think the information is available for analysis in the magnetic data. We saw some of those low-pass filtered versions of the data. You can see anomalous magnetic trends deep in the basin. It wasn't the focus of what we did, but that information, I think, is there to be analyzed.
Yeah, Dr. Fariduddin, you have some questions.
Hello, I'm Fariduddin, ex-GSA person. First of all, a compliment to SGL and GSI for having done such an excellent work. It is a very good, large amount of information is there. But only one comment about your presentation is that you spent a lot of time in telling about your data, methodology, the correction. We agree. You have done a lot of things, you have taken a lot of time and a lot of slides to tell about the credibility of the data and the interpretation of the data. It's good. It's required. But probably it could have been curtailed. More information, more slides, and we could have spent some time on these things, what the new findings are there. This is one. And second thing is that I agree with Dr. Gulani. And in the morning also, here I have told about the cretons. We have a EDC here, and we have a Bastar there. In between, we have a Pranita Godavari Valley. The transition from these two cretons to a valley, the rift, is very, very critical. You see, you showed large number of dikes, which are east-west dikes, you know, in the eastern Dharwad crater. And you also told probably there are something that those east-west Dharwad dikes are going below the sediments. But one very important thing is that the dikes that are there in the eastern Dharwad crater are in clusters. Swamps and swamps of dikes. They are not isolated near the margin. They come from the interior of the crater and they go there. Mm-hmm. Actually, this huge, large number of magmatic material that comes out in the form of a dike, it said that it was a sort of a paired rift. You see, Pranita is a rift. And prior to that, in the latest Neoproterozoic time, the dates of the dikes are available now. They are around, many of them are in the latest Neoproterozoic time. So large amount of these dikes state that there was a paired rift in the east, west, southwest direction. Suddenly now we have the Pranita. The junction is very important. That the junction where this Pranita is there. So probably there is a lot of tectonic interpretations could be made on this particular data what we have got. You showed a very beautiful slide. Very, very compliments to you. Such a beautiful slide I have never seen earlier. Very colorful and a lot of attraction. Coming to the cumulite, I say cumulite pipe you are referring. These days cumulite pipes of course were there. Pipe morphology is not the only morphology in which cumulite occurs. Cumulite now known to be the suborganic flows. Say argile, one of the richest diamondiferous cumulite body is not a pipe. And you need to give little more attention towards the high potassic material. Of course, you have a very good map in the high potassic this one. So you need to give more attention towards non-pipe morphology of the cumulite. It is not the only pipe morphology. You see, pipes are known. Pipes are also there. But these days, large number of cumulative bodies are non-pipe morphology. This is one thing. Second thing, when you were telling about the Krishna, the diamondiferous bodies, diamond is known from the Krishna Valley. We know that, but we could not be able to identify the source rocks there. There is a large amount of GSI data is there on the eastern part of the Krishna. Large amount of GSI data. GSI has done extensive work, particularly our colleagues in Andhra Pradesh, Hyderabad. So we could not be able to do that. I wish you would have given a little more attention towards the western part of the Krishna. If it is possible, you can give. That is, western part of the Krishna is much more potential now for the Kimberlite search rather than the eastern part of the Krishna. This is my, I'm not putting here the questions, I'm just supplementing some of the data that whatever. Second thing is about the eastern Arab crater and the alkaline bodies there. Definitely, GSI has mapped several areas in those areas and potassic-rich bodies, even the cyanides and albitite, cyanides and things like that have been already mapped there. We need to know about these things. Definitely, it is a very good point. You were showing that there could be a ring complexes is a eye-openers. We didn't know that there could be ring complexes. We knew that there are alkaline bodies are there, cyanides are there, albitites are there. We knew that these things are all the known geologically mapped areas. But presence of ring-like structures, we didn't know it earlier. So probably these things are very important. And one more point I just wanted to tell you about. These are some of these things. Maybe the data is enormous, what you have. This needs to be interpreted. As you said, it is an interpretation. I completely agree with that particular. It is not the interpretation. Some of the things that you showed, okay, this is the older one, this is the newer one. A long time to go to decide about that. Maybe I don't know how to comment on those things. It takes a lot of time, maybe a lot of field checks, a lot of field work is necessary for confirming the information that you have brought in today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You want to reply anything?
No, I don't think I have to respond. I think there were some good points there, and the scope of interpretation is something that can vary to a degree. It depends on how much time you have to do things. I think it's going to be ongoing. I don't think fortunately, hopefully we're going to be working on with the GSI for a while yet, and I do expect to have ongoing conversations with the geologists, and I hope I've stirred the pot a little bit in that regard. And if there are other specific questions that can be addressed that people want to look at, then that's something we can do. I don't think we have a contractual requirement to finish a job. But as I said at the very beginning of this discussion, that doesn't end the conversation. It's an ongoing support, and that runs not just to the data, but also to the interpretation and the sorts of things that we can collaborate on and assist with. And so I'm hoping that this is a beginning, not an end.
Absolutely correct. Yeah. It's a very interesting point.
Potassic regolith, what you showed, it's really going to fetch us much more dividends than they're moving along the beaten paths. So we need to pay more attention towards the regoliths.
Yes.
This is one of the objectives, sir. So we will get the feedback from you. Whatever the feedback you given by you, we'll try to implement those wherever possible. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fariduddin. I think Dr. Singh Sahab, you have some questions. Yeah.
I'm Amar Singh, ex-geophysicist from GSI. Just I noticed that from GPS you take ellipsoidal height. Then you have to convert the ellipsoidal to arithmetic, that is to MSL.
Mm-hmm.
And to convert the ellipsoidal height to arithmetic, you have used the EGM 208 geological model,
Yes, that's correct.
the geoidal model.
Yes.
And the accuracy in that you are showing that plus minus 0 point some meters. I think that is not correct, because once you take the ellipsoidal height and convert into arithmetic height, with the help of using this EGM model 2008, the accuracy will be around 10 to 15 meters. This is my personal view. I don't know how far I am correct.
Sorry, did you talk about the difference in height?
Yes,
I don't
because
think
in the
that was
southern region, if you see the geoidal model of this, geoidal model, complete geoidal model, the geoid undulation in the southern India is around 50 meters. right? Because we are doing NGPM survey, gravity survey, ground gravity and magnetic survey, for the leveling purpose, we are using DGPS to convert the ellipsoidal heights to get better arithmetic height.
Sure.
Right? But in this case, we are taking this EGM model. And EGM model, to convert the arithmetic height, this accuracy, I don't think you get what you have shown here. The second thing, in one of the slides, you have shown one book, you have compared, means comparative study or integrated study of the Booger, 1 milligal Booger anomaly map with the residual magnetic. Right? That is, I think, is not proper, sir. Booger, you would have taken the residual gravity, then you can compare residual gravity with RTP magnetic, because gravity residual is 1 milligal, that will give more regional pictures, and the more regional pictures you are comparing with the residual magnetic. So that comparison, I feel, is not proper.
I'm not quite sure what comparison you're talking about. I did have an RTP and a gravity next to each other, just showing the structures on them. But is that what you're referring to?
No, in this residual, then you have, instead of taking the Booger gravity, it is better to take, that will be the better representation, Bridget presentation. It will give the better comparison of the magnetic features with the gravity features.
We only showed the Bouguer gravity. It didn't show anything else. So I'm not quite sure I follow the question. But anyway, I think maybe we can talk about it afterwards. Your other question about the EGM 2008, I don't know what, if you're suggesting we didn't convert the heights correctly using, is EGM 2008 not, you have a better way of converting? Is that what you're suggesting?
No. I don't have any latest geoidal model, but the accuracy what you are saying, that is not correct, I think. Instead of showing plus minus few meters, the accuracy in the MSL level, to me, I think it's not okay.
Yeah, I think you must be misinterpreting what was up there, to be honest. But again, we can go back through the slides and show that.
And in this magnetic, in one of the magnetic map, that northeast southwest trending, the southern part of that block, northeast southwest trending number of dikes features.
Yes.
Right? Those dike features are very well preserved in 10 kilometer upward map. But these dikes are not reflected in your residual features. So how it happens?
The east-west dikes are not in the residual, they are in all the residuals.
In the southern block, you are seeing that the northeast southwest trending number of dikes features.
Yes, some of those dikes.
And these dikes are very much preserved in 10 kilometer upward map. That means these dikes are going to deeper level,
yes,
deeper extent.
Sure.
But when you are showing that residual map, tilt angle map, that area you are showing the shallow features. Those dikes are not. Those
in the tilt, you mean?
In the tilt angle map, those dikes, these deeper features are not reflected.
Yeah, no, they didn't show up in that particular analysis. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Singh. Any question from house, from our Geophysics team, from RSS? Any question, Ravi sir? No question. Anybody else? So, if it is over, then we will switch over to that. Yeah, to the virtual mode. I think someone is there. I think the first question, it is displayed here, they kindly elaborate the possible BMS deposit in the basalt pattern. Already we have discussed about that one. Actually, it is a possibility. In fact, in the presentation also, he has mentioned it is just it is not an interpretation, not the interpretation. So, it is just an opportunity. So, the area covered in that map, it is almost 25,000 square kilometers, something like that. And all of us know that any deposit cannot be such a huge amount of deposit. So
very
in
big,
general, so there is an opportunity to explore that one. So it is just an indication, isn't
Yes,
it?
exactly.
So now we'll take to the second point. You can unmute and ask your queries. Kindly, there is something else. If you don't have any fresh, okay. So if we don't have a freshwater body in the area, then how to monitor or radon on daily basis? What should be the minimum dimension for that?
Yes, so for that we were using our land test line to monitor that. And it's necessary to, for radon purposes, to have a period of time over which the ground radiation is stable. And that's why I showed the thorium, which is not affected by radon, being stable through the period of time, so that the variations in the uranium and others are indicative of absence or presence of radon. That's how that is achieved.
Okay, thank you, sir. So another one is, in the magnetic anomaly map, relative high magnetic anomaly is seen extending into the GVCF in the south of, I must be here actually, Kalisharam, and what could be the probable reason? It is not very clear from inside. So in the magnetic anomaly map, relative high magnetic anomaly is seen extending into the Godavari in the south of Kalisharam. What could be the possible reason? So
yeah, I think I'm going to have to find where
Yeah.
Kalashwaram is in order to be able to comment on that.
And you can see this question from a distance, in fact.
Yes.
From the total gamma map, we have seen linear trends of alternative high and low gamma within the Godavari area, which are following the strike of GBCF. What does they indicate? It is
Yes,
from
in the
Mr.
Godavari.
Rao. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. So it does seem to be variations along what look like internal boundaries of sedimentary layers, some of which are mapped as formation changes and some of which are not. So there's a potential, I mentioned at the end, I hadn't listed it, but observed that there could be some sort of alteration occurring along those boundaries, resulting in locally higher thorium and maybe uranium along the edges, and that those have potential for being of interest economically as well. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I think another question is there. How we exactly identified the 23 possible kimberlite pipes? How we exactly identified 23 possible kimberlite pipes?
Yeah.
It could be lamproid or other bodies.
Yes, there's nothing to say. If it's magnetic and it's got the right geometry, it can be anything. But it actually has been used, this methodology, in many other locations quite successfully. It's not going to find you a pipe every time, but it does tend to find the pipes that are there. So if they are there of the right geometry and size, then you will find them. There could be other smaller ones for sure, or even bigger ones, but more likely small. But I think the place to start is with the ones that are larger and well-defined. And if they prove to be of interest, then the scope can be increased. But if you were to go to a smaller or more generous criteria, you would get lost. There'd be just too many to follow up on. So we're focusing on quality first.
Thank you, sir. So another question is that which method is better? No, I think, yeah, better. First question is that corroborate residual gravity and residual magnetic. And second one is corroborate regional gravity map with residual magnetic, vice versa. Which one is better?
Well,
either of these two options.
I would say you want both. The magnetic data, you tend to be able to get the higher resolution much easier. It's more expensive and much longer to get the equivalent resolution of gravity data to magnetic data. But as in all geophysics, the more parameters you have, the more unique the solution becomes. And so they are very much complementary to each other. It's just that magnetics is so much easier to acquire quickly, so it tends to be done more frequently. But certainly some of these anomalies and bodies are better or very well defined in the gravity data, and the combination would be the most powerful thing.
Thank you. I think you got the question. Any other question in the chat box? You have a question. Okay.
Magnetic terrains?
Yeah, magnetic anomaly. There are several trends we have seen. Three trends are there. Magnetic anomaly. In the magnetic anomaly map, there are different trends.
Trends?
Trends
Yes.
of anomaly.
Yes.
As you say, the east-west pipe, east-west lineament or east-west anomaly.
Yes.
There is, again, a northwest, southeast anomaly trend. There is anomaly trend. Is it possible to separate them?
Separate one trend from
Separate
another?
one trend from another.
Well, you can do trend analysis like it did, but it was on a very small scale. You can increase that scale and separate and analyze for trends in the data and plot those up and get the indications of different clustering of trends. Yes.
Why I'm asking, because we can analyze a particular trend in differently and another trend differently, so that some new things may come. That is my objective to asking this question. Whether it is possible to separate out different trends from the map, anomaly zone.
Yes, I think the essential answer is yes.
Thank you, sir. So there is another question. Add few words on residual anomalies. It's a very general question.
Yeah. I mean, everything is relative when it comes to regional, residual, and it's often scale dependent. When I showed some examples there of different filtering methods, so for example, the first one was a Hanning filter where we run a small scale spatial filter over the data, we smooth it out. That causes a regional, and then you subtract it and you have a residual. But then you can filter it again, and we can do it 100 times, you could do it 1,000 times. I think I did it like over nearly 20,000 times. And you get a different degrees of separation. So there's nothing magical about residual and regional. They are simply just ways of separating the data and visualizing different, and you can see more detail with a regional, but the more you filter, you're going to see different separations. So we use those things. It's almost a non-ending process. If you have a sense of what you're looking for, then you can maybe find the degree of filtering that separates the thing that you want to see from the thing that you're looking to see, and brings that into better focus. So, there is really, in my view, no such thing as a residual or a regional. They're always like pairs at the very least, and they have to be seen in the context of how they were created. And you need to experiment to find the right one.
Thank you. I think Dr. Gopal.
Namaste, sir. I am Dr. Gopal Krishna, NCGR Laboratory, Bangalore. Actually, what you are identified kimberlite pipes, it is only morphology you are telling as a kimberlite pipe, or scientifically, laboratory-wise you are proved is a diamondiferous or non-diamondiferous? It is a diamondiferous kimberlite pipe or non-diamondiferous?
There's no way to know. The only way to know that is to go there and sample it. But the fact that diamonds have been found locally indicate that they clearly are diamondiferous. I don't think it's anybody's surprise that there are diamonds in India. That's been well established for a long time. But to know, even to know if it's a kimberlite, you don't know that. To know that it's a diamondiferous kimberlite, there is actually no geophysics that tells you that. That has to be, you have to go and actually sample it to know. Yeah.
Thank you.
actually we have experienced. So that is why all kimberlite pipes are not diametriferous.
They're not. Well, until they are, right?
Yeah.
I can't make them diametriferous for you, unfortunately, but you never know until you find the one that is. I mean, there are many kimberlites in Canada, I know, and a lot of them are not diametriferous, but then some of them definitely are.
Because it is very difficult to find diametriferous.
Yeah, yeah.
And only after search you will find whether it is diametriferous or not.
Yeah,
yeah. Yes.
First of all, it is very difficult to find the kimberlite itself with the regional data like this. But still, these are some of the clues with which we can go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, hello sir. This is Nitin Kumar Geophysics from RSS. Sir, I have a general question regarding magnetic data calibration. Actually, considering all the situations as same, like this height above AGL, and correcting the data for lag and heading, if we are getting a 200 to 250 nanotesla difference with respect to two aircraft at same anomaly, then what could be the possible reason for this one?
Same aircraft, 250...
Same body, different aircraft, but...
250 nanoteslas flown at the same time?
Means you can say time difference is half an hour?
Half an hour? That's pretty hard to explain. Yeah, two different aircraft. That's, yeah, I mean, a magnetic sensor usually records within at least 10 nanoteslas of each other. It's sometimes more, but usually less. So the absolute magnetization, the absolute calibration of magnetometers is not perfect, which is why we have to calculate the biases in the gradients, for example, but they're not that extreme. It would be, we fly test lines, comparative test lines, and they're usually much closer than that. If there was a source of interference locally, so for example, if there's a power line nearby, and these can actually affect quite long distances, you could get profound changes. So I, for example, came across surveys in South Africa where we had two power lines, some distance, like maybe 30, 40, 50 kilometers apart, and they were coupled between the two of them. And some days the field was like 30,000, and sometimes it was 10,000, because the way that the currents are flowing was generating a huge shift in the data. So something of that nature, I could only imagine, would be coming from some sort of external interference like that, because an aircraft is not going to carry that degree of difference, the magnetometer. It's not in my experience anyway. So yeah, that's kind of odd.
So actually this thing we have observed in one of the test line in block 14.
In one of our planes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well then you'll have to show me that. And then...
Actually their difference was around 300 nanotesla.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. It could be, if the other possibility would be a height difference, but it would have to be an extremely high gradient magnetic field. So if you're flying over where the field is changing very rapidly in the vertical direction, and one plane is a little higher than the other, that could translate into a significant difference.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any question from youngsters? There was no question. You have any question? Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Martin. This is Dr. Nisha. I'm director working in remote sensing and aerial surveys. It is very good that that geological map was derived from the aerogeophysical data. But whatever geological units you are showing, I think whatever GSI has mapped that area, questioning or making different litho units in that area is somehow, it's a question mark actually. Because without field validation, you're deriving the geological map. So structure is okay. I agree with the structures, whatever you have derived from the aerogeophysical informations. But what about the geology? Geology is little bit doubt. So without field, we should not say that it's a geological map, whatever you have derived. It's a really wonderful work, but still, I do not agree with that geological map.
Yeah, no, you're right to question the lithotectonic units that we've assigned. We admit that that's just a best guess. We can't know, and really that needs to be followed up on, as you say, geologically. We could leave it as the grey areas. We'd be happy to do that if that's the preference of the GSI. We just went down the path of assigning as we felt best, but we fully understand that that is not the answer to the question. We have no way to know the answer to that question. We can tell a sense of the lithology because of the similarities in the characteristics of other lithologies that they have, and sometimes it's pretty clear that something is lithologically very similar to another one, but to assign it an age, that's very, very problematic. There are times when you can tell there are cross-cutting relationships and the like that can help you with that. But in reality, we know that that is not going to be the answer. The answer is follow-up. So that's why we brought it up in that regard, that we totally agree with your observation.
Okay, thank you. One more question, actually. Can you explain, because it's just a general question only, what is dose rate and how it is going to help us?
Dose rate. Okay, it's kind of a standard thing. It's almost like a health physics aspect in terms of what is the radiation that you are exposed to naturally. So high dose rate areas are less healthy, essentially. You have high gamma ray radiation, so you can consider that like along with radon as well, radon gas, not a healthy thing. So I don't see it as particularly an exploration tool, personally, although you can use it in that way. It's a bit of a proxy for total count. But in truth, it's really about total gamma exposure that you're going to experience. And the higher it is, then that's a very high rate is going to create a slight health risk associated with that. So that's how I see it. But if I was going to, I didn't dwell on it in terms of the exploration, because we're using the ratios, we're using the elements, the total count to some extent, but really even that is not particularly helpful. It's mostly the individual elements and their relative amounts that tells you, from an exploration point of view, what you're after. Dose rate, it's more, as I say, it's more due to more health thing than it is an exploration tool, at least in my view.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, I want to add a few points as far as your first question is concerned. So these magnetic maps are really very, very useful when you're working in covered areas, regulated covered areas, and you don't have any contact. I mean, contact means you can see the contact. So you can always assume what you are assuming just on the basis of knowledge. This helps you. So where to put that contact, isn't it?
Yes.
So especially where in Rajasthan or some other areas where you have thick soil cover, thick regolith cover, some portions are exposed and you don't know where to draw the line, this will be very much helpful.
Thank you, sir. Yes, actually, I agree with that, sir. Structural informations are very correct, very accurate. But about the geology,
I'm talking about geology only. I'm talking lithology only, very specific, because magnetic signatures of different lithonucleates are different. Yeah. So if you can identify that one from physical verification, it's very, very useful.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it is a lithotectonic map. It's not a geology map, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a question. So the question is that the details of the eastern margin of the Dongargar granite, it appears that has not been covered. We have known small uranium deposits proved by AMD, any more potential in the areas covered. So he is talking about the eastern part of the Dongargar granite.
Okay, yeah.
So whether we have any potential as far as uranium is concerned, he's talking about that one.
The eastern side.
Yeah.
Well, I think most of the eastern side is not within the coverage of the survey area, so can't really speak to that. But I think it obviously must be part of one of the programs. I don't know whether it's been flown or not, that area to the adjacent. But I think obviously at some point all of these surveys need to be considered as a single thing, and the observations reconciled across them. So interpreting block by block is one thing, but eventually it's going to be a whole thing, and individual areas like that will be considered in their entirety.
Question? You have question? Okay.
And the thorium and the uranium enrichment maps within the Godavari basin. So it bounded by two fault lines. There was an area of thorium and uranium enrichment that was near comparable to that of the two granites within the PGC as well as the Dongargarh granite. So sir, are you having any kind of explanation? Because within the sediments, usually we are not expecting that amount of uranium or thorium. That is near comparable with those of the granitoids. So, sir, have you ever given a thought on that or any explanation for that, sir?
Are we talking about inside the
Pardon, sir?
Gondwana sediments?
Yes, within the Gondwanas, bounded by two fault lines, there was an area of enrichment of thorium as well as uranium. A curvilinear fault and a straight line?
Maybe, I can't visualize it.
So, I'll just get back to you then, sir.
Yeah, we can talk about
Yes,
this,
of course.
for sure.
First of all, Martin, fantastic presentation, fantastic project. More general question for you and Pan India. What are the lessons learned, and what can help GSI going forward as they plan the next batch of survey blocks, and anything from procurement to permitting to acquisition, all that kind of thing?
I think there's one thing I would mention. I don't think when these surveys were designed that they built in an overlap between the adjacent blocks. And so when somebody comes to putting them together, that's going to give them some pause for thought of working out how they're going to merge the data sets. I think it would have been good to have had a systematic degree of overlap between every single survey. We have been requested, and I think we will comply ultimately with providing data that was acquired outside in the turning areas and beyond the lines, because we have a certain amount of that data. We couldn't really focus on that in the project because we had timelines to meet, but we want to be able to assist in that process. And so in order to do that, we will expand the data coverage to the extent that we can. But I think that would be my main comment in terms of the designs of the surveys, as to that would have been something that should have been considered and should be considered going forward too for future blocks. Yeah, that's mainly it.
So, any more question, online and offline? There's no more question from. Which one? Which one? Okay, yeah. How to overcome inherent problems in magnetic data interpretation over basaltic rock? Deccan Trap he is talking about. So how to overcome that one? Already I think you have mentioned about the huge problem everybody is going to face once you were talking about this.
It is going to be very problematic. We could see even where I don't know how thick the Deccan Traps are in the area, but they're not more than 100 meters or so at the most, maybe. And even then, they completely blanket everything underneath. They are very strongly magnetic. But are they continuously magnetic like that? Are there anomalies within it that you can look at? I think careful trend analysis would be one way of looking for those sorts of things, to see if something could pop out. It's going to be a real challenge to find and identify certainly the higher wavelength. Longer wavelength structures could definitely be determined because they're going to be at a different scale to the anomalies. You see the anomalies in the Deccan Trap tend to be very short, high intensity, but short wavelength. So a bit of regional residual separation might actually help to pick out deeper structures and the like, but to find anomalies of a particular size similar to what you're seeing in the Deccan is going to be very, very hard in the sub-Deccan geology. That's a fact of life.
Thank you. So I think there is no more question. So let us conclude this session. So thank you so much, sir. So before we close, I request you to introduce your team to the audience, so that because they're part of your team and they worked really, really hard to make the things happen. So I think you can come over here. Is it, sir?
You want to come up? Come up, guys. Nikhil, nice and pleased to you. You should introduce yourselves. Come and say who you are. Come on.
Hi everyone, my name is Santosh Kamboj and I'm data analyst. I have completed a graduation from Kurukshetra University and now I'm working inside the Geophysics Limited. So thanks very much to everyone. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Majo Ortiz and I'm a data analysis for Standard Geophysics.
Hello everyone, my name is Alejandro Ginares and I'm a crew chief for Sanders Geophysics, and particularly here in Block 6 I've been working on the lithotectonic map construction and as a QGIS expert, so thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Nikhil and I work as a data analyst for past 2 years with Sanders. Amazing years, I find it best. And right now I'm working on preparing maps for ArcGIS. Sol?
Yes. Yeah, and I'd like to mention my absent friend Martin Mushandevbu. You guys all have to learn how to say his name, because I've got to learn how to say your names. Martin is our chief interpreter. He worked a lot on this data with us. His help has been absolutely invaluable. Unfortunately, he had to step away from the project over this little period, so he abandoned me to my fate in front of you guys. He is coming back, in fact, because he has training to do, so that you can do your own interpretation, right? Okay, Block 6 people and the like, get me off the hook, because you know there's a lot of data here. The data is fantastic quality. I think we can all agree on that. And there's a lot of information yet to be brought out of it. So yes, so many thanks to Martin. I'm sure he would have enjoyed being here if he could have been. So, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, yes, a couple of other people I need to be mentioning. Yeah, so actually, Abinu Joyathini, AJ as we call him, from the south of India, has also done a lot of data processing with us. He is not able to be with us here right now, but he probably will be returning. And Dr. Andrew Palmer, who was the main person that did the data processing, the grunt work of getting it done and getting me to approve his work. So he's currently wandering around India, enjoying himself immensely, but he did a fantastic job in processing the data. So thanks to Andrew too. Thank you, and thank you for reminding me.
I think Dr. Rajaram is going to produce the vote of thanks after this one. So what do you, sir? Vote of thanks.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. After a very long session, fruitful session, it's an honor and privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks. So on behalf of RSAS, GSI Bangalore and Sanders Geophysics along with their partners Pan India, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed to making this event a grand success. So first and the foremost, we extend our sincere thanks to our Director General GSI, Sri Ashish Saha, for his constant motivation in organizing this workshop and for gracing on this occasion to be as a chief guest and delivering an inspiring opening address. So your guidance and support has been very invaluable to us. Thank you, sir. So the next, I would also like to thank our DDGs, our DDG and HOD, Sri Devkumar Bhattacharya, and our DDG from NMH 1B, Sri BK Nandisab, and DDG Geophysics, Sri CS Verma, for their valuable guidance and support in planning and organizing this workshop. So your contributions, including the insightful welcome address in the opening address, have added immense value to this event. So, and the next, a special note of gratitude to our co-organizers, actually the main organizers, Sanders Geophysicist, along with Pan India, for their meticulous planning and seamless execution of this workshop. Thank you, sir. We are also thankful to our esteemed speakers, today's speakers, Sri D.S. Jire and Sri Ramesh Keshavan, for their illuminating presentations on the overall geology and the overall aerogeophysical survey over Block 6. Thank you. Our sincere thanks to Dr. Martin Bates and Dr. Martin M., along with their team of from Sanders, for the comprehensive analysis of the data. They have put in a lot of hard work since last 6 months in processing and analysis of the data. And special thanks to Dr. Martin M. for today's presentation on the integrated interpretation of aerovisual data of Block 6. Sir, your expertise and insights have significantly enriched our understanding of the area. Thank you, sir. As you told, actually this is the statement that you are going to, this is a interpretation, it is not the interpretation. So from whatever time was available to you, because as per the contract, your time is up to December. So within that time, really you have done a very excellent work, sir. Thank you very much. And the next, my heartfelt thanks to all the officers and staff of GSI RSAS who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the success of this workshop. Thank you. And a big thanks to our anchoring team, Dr. Anusuya Das and Sri Ashish Bage, Senior Geophysicist, for seamlessly conducting this program and ensuring the smooth flow. Thank you. Finally, we extend our gratitude to all the participants who are present here physically, as well as those who are online, virtually, attending virtually. This includes representatives from various government agencies, such as AMD, CGWB, and the different PSUs, our private partners from Geological Society, from the various DMG offices, and also we have several ADGs, DDGs participating online in different regions. Thanks to all of them for their active participation and discussions, and your participation and discussions have added an immense value to this workshop. Thank you all. And once again, finally, thank you all once again for making this event a grand success. Wishing all of you a continued success and hoping to see you again in future collaboration. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Rajaram sir. I request Ramesh Keshavan sir, please ask your officers who are here, who contributed a lot in this Block 6, please call them and let us appreciate them.
Yeah,
introduce their work.
Introduce all of them.
Yeah, please call them.
Myself, Ramesh K. When the block started, day one onwards, we are associating with this block. So with our senior cell and our team members, this is going very well. I think it will be completed soon. So we will get a very good data. It is available in the public domain for in the next March onwards. You can use all the data, I think so. In the NGDR, it will be available. Thank you. Please
call
come,
your
our
officers.
team member Ramesh, Ashish Bage, and Nagadivya Mangapulika.
So let us celebrate this moment because someone here? No, okay, okay. Thank you, everyone. Anusha, I think she is going to say something last words. Okay, is it over? Okay, thank you, everyone, for participation. Thank you so much. Okay, tea is outside. IT? Yeah, okay.
अचानक बुला लिया